Alright, we are live. Hello, chat. Ban that man for pointing out that I am 1 minute late. Oh, hello. I figured out there was going to be a delay, so I delayed this stream start time by 30 minutes. I've been hacked. We're shilling $SKG, chat. Okay? $SKG to the moon. To the moon, to the stars. Oh man, I had this idea. I want to do a stream today because tomorrow I am hitting the road again to finish out the coast to coast bike ride. I was home a lot longer than I wanted to be, but I got, let's see, I was home for 6 weeks and I got like 3 different discrete projects done, which is pretty good pace. So, but someone posted this in my server and I was like, it would be really funny to like make a duplicate thumbnail and pretend that the channel got hacked. So that's where that came from. Maybe Fallout 3 Remaster will drop this time. I didn't believe in the Oblivion Remaster. I definitely don't believe in the Fallout 3 Remaster. Do you believe in the power of the Mold Man? I have been living the power of the Mold Man. I don't think I have a Ulysses model. If I had a Ulysses model, that would be like perfect for this situation. I don't know why I'm like getting turned at an angle so easily. Alright, chat, you are unchained. Wait a minute, you're not Ross. Yeah, my only hiccup with the bit was that it might like convince people that Ross was going to be here. Again, I gotta emphasize this, we're doing a pretend to get hacked bit to get eyes on the initiative. But not pretend too much. Let's see. Where are we at? So we are here. I've been shilling this for a while. StopKillingGames. I actually became a fan of Accursed Farms with his Battleforge video, which was like the first time that Ross talked about this issue of always online games getting killed. And that was 10 years ago. That was 10 years ago. Let me turn down the music. Yeah, the issue of like always online games being killed, publishers like maliciously setting up their games so that they could take away products from their customers. It's been an ongoing service practice since like 2013, 2014. Obviously, there's going to be a few older examples. There've always been kind of always online games as long as there's been internet. But you know what I found out recently? And I am so mad about this. I am so mad about this. Apparently, the concept of an online game, just an online game, that's patented. There is a guy who is a patent troll for the concept of online games, and he goes and sues corporations to make money whenever they copy the concept of online games. Now, I don't want to hear any more goddamn cope about the fucking Nemesis system being patented. Oh no, they're patenting good game design. Motherfucker, these game companies have been paying out this patent for like 20 years. Do they give in or what? How can he enforce that? He just sues them and demonstrates that they're violating his patent. And, like, that's it. But yeah, I don't want to hear any more Nemesis system cope ever. Last week it was 50%. Yeah, some things happened with StopKillingGames. We're going to be talking about that this stream. Patents expire, though? Yeah. Yeah, so there will be a point where the concept of always online games will expire, and then they won't have to pay the patent troll to cross his bridge. That said, please stop posting Nemesis system cope. I'm tired of it. All right, so today I have some news. And this might be upsetting to you. It's a big reveal for the channel. There was a Microsoft layoff, especially in the Xbox division. I have been booted from the payroll. Yeah. So after I released the Morrowind video, I got put on the payroll. They really liked what I was doing there. They saw a big uptick in Fallout 76 traffic, and so they said, "We will pay you." Microsoft said this to me. "We will pay you to make a slanderous video on Oblivion and Skyrim because people are refusing to play Fallout 76 because they're just going back and playing Skyrim again." And I said, "Have you considered not selling them Skyrim multiple times?" And they thought about it and they said, "We're still going to sell them the Anniversary Edition, but we understand your point." But they put me on the payroll and I made a slanderous Oblivion video. Absolutely mauled that game in the interest of pushing people away from playing Oblivion and Skyrim so that they will play Fallout 76. But long term, the big goal was to get people to stop playing Skyrim so that they would become Starfield fans. That's why Anniversary Edition ruins the game. Okay? I don't think you realize the extent of this conspiracy theory here. The Anniversary Edition adds a bunch of garbage content. It was designed to be disappointing so that people would be pushed into playing Starfield. Now, where does the Starfield video fit into this? That's a good question. Do you remember the motto, Starfield will be good? The motto, Starfield will be good, okay? I repeated that so many times in streams, in the video. The video is 8 hours of me saying Starfield will be good. You might remember that there was something different. Go check. Go check right now. Starfield is good. I have been in a deep cover PSYOP paid by Microsoft to shill for them to sell copies of Starfield. And I'm not going to lie, I did a bad job. Unfortunately, they had to let me go. If Starfield had sold more, I'd probably be there now shilling Starborn, but so yeah, I want to apologize. Never knows best. You were right. The old knight was right as well. I purely slandered Oblivion for the sake of making big Microsoft bucks. Avowed shillery, yep. Avowed shillery was also a thing. Remember the Helldivers 2 video where I shit all over Helldivers 2? That's because it was a Sony game. It's as shrimple as that. They were about to sign me to start working on Nintendo games to kneecap this whole Switch 2 business. Death Stranding video, another Sony game. Bam. Bam. Perfect Dark was canceled, apparently. You know, that's not surprising. I'm not surprised the Perfect Dark game was canceled. I never thought it was real. Someone made a progress tracker. Unfortunately, it doesn't load in this browser. It's broken. It's all like crammed on the left side. It works in my other browser, but it doesn't work in the one I'm using now. How do you explain the Spartan Ops video then? I literally sold copies of MCC so people would play Halo 4. I sold copies of MCC to push Halo 4 in 2025. I'm on the Microsoft payroll. Positive classic World of Warcraft video. In 2024, right after Microsoft buys Blizzard, suddenly I'm talking about World of Warcraft. Who are you going to shill for now? I'm a free agent. I'm on the market. Sony? Nintendo? EA? Guys, did you hear? Did you hear? Electronic Arts apparently wants Battlefield 6 to hit 100 million players. I'm on the market, EA. I'm on the market. We can make this happen. Gotta get me on the payroll. How much would it take for you to shill for Ubisoft? What's the price tag for Ubisoft? Definitely not stock. They want how many players? Yeah, the story is crazy. Right now, it's just a headline, of course. Allegedly, remember, allegedly, chat. 100 million players. I don't... Does the gaming industry still have, like, that size market share? I'm pretty sure there were reports that, like, outside of mobile, and I think even counting mobile, like, the games sector wasn't growing since, like, 2023. Will they count AI players? Yeah, so EA is going to have 100 million AI players playing an AI-made game. You ever see the video of the sex machine pounding into a fleshlight? That's the level of pointlessness. Pivot into reviewing mobile games. Oh god, that sounds like pain. I want 100 million players in a single match. Brother, that's called real life. Yeah, I saw a video about how BattleBit died, and I think that was 128 versus 128, which is kind of sad. I've been thinking when I get back from the trip, I think I want to pivot into... I liked the Steam group idea. I liked getting people to play Halo 4. I think it would be fun to do a few other games. I think one I have in mind is Brink from 2011. One of the reasons that I'm thinking about going for Brink is that it's free to play, so people ain't got no excuses. BattleBit is updating. BattleBit has been updating for like 20 months. But yeah, so I was thinking, we do Brink for like a weekend. I just make a list of what all I want to see because there's like a bunch of different match types and stuff, and just host a server, play it for a weekend. You can probably drum up enough people for BattleBit now. I'd like to start with something a little smaller. It won't be like the Spartan Ops video. I think the Spartan Ops video is kind of a one-off. I'm not sure, like... There's only a few other games that were ever made that could qualify to be a sequel to the Spartan Ops video. I know some people were worried, like, this is the new direction you're going, huh? You're uploading VODs to your channel? And it's like, fucking chill out. It's a one-off. Let it find its audience. Ross thought it was over because they didn't have enough signatures and the deadline was near, but they're gonna hit 1 million soon. Yeah, that's the topic of today's chat. We're streaming about Stop Killing Games, even though EU hours are. It is very late in the evening for European Union. I do apologize, but all the same. You into Death Stranding, Pat? I will be into I will play Death Stranding 2 when it comes out on PC. I absolutely 100% because I loved Death Stranding 1. Yeah, let me refresh the page. Yeah, we've gotten 20,000 signatures since I last looked at this. So be sure to sign, and even if we hit 1 million, keep people signing, because the more we see on this, the better it is. Yeah, so I've got a docket here today. I want to talk a bit about how this came about. This is going to be drama slop tube, because today we're going to be talking about pirate software. Now, I have a reference image for you here. This is what we're doing to pirate software. He's not going to be the guy, the space marine on the left. He's going to be the guy kind of plugged up. We're putting him in a server rack. We're going to put him in a server rack, and we're going to force his brain to host the last remaining crew server so that 3 people in 2040 can play it. This is what we're doing to him. So, a lot of people are very... They don't like the direction that the Stop Killing Games thing has gone, because it's made a lot of progress thanks to the drama aspect. I'm just gonna say, I thought about... Do you remember that I was the one... one of the people who interviewed Ross after the pirate software thing. I was one of those people. I even played Halo Infinite for this. But, yeah, at the time, I thought about telling Ross. I did like 25 hours of research watching all of his like Stop Killing Games coverage. Everything from the Battle Forge video, his Dead Game News channel, all of that stuff. Watched all of it. I did a lot of research for that interview. One of the things I thought about telling Ross at the time was that it wouldn't be a good idea to be like principled and anti-drama forever, and that like he should pull the drama card at some point. No, I disagree. I fundamentally disagree with the notion that, oh, it's sad that the drama boost was what was necessary. No, it's good. This is the sort of thing that like should be pushing this type of thing, and it's what should have been leaned into from the start. Now, it wouldn't have worked at the time. Ross played it kind of right. I don't think he was masterminding it. I don't think he knew that he would get the positive outpouring and response that he has. But it was good that he played his card when he did, because it wouldn't have worked if he leaned into the drama angle before. It really is fascinating. I legitimately don't actually understand how it happened, because here's where we were at. We have our fellow here, Pirate Software. A year ago, I am browsing, Lord forgive me, I am browsing the Obsidian Markdown subreddit, okay? And I see a random comment, and it says, Pirate Software uses Obsidian MD, and I was like, oh, jeez. And somebody asked the question, who's Pirate Software? And he gets a response. The response is, Pirate Software is the Mr. Rogers of the internet. The Mr. Rogers of the internet. Just a random stray comment. Wasn't even looking for that. Okay? There was a time period when I would post about Pirate Software on Twitter, and there would always be somebody that like, I don't know what you're talking about. Pirate Software, he's a really nice guy. He's a really nice guy. That was a year ago. Today, everybody fucking hates this guy. It's amazing. How? How is it possible? The man speed ran it. But here's what it is. Here's what it is. There's a lot of YouTubers I've seen over the years, because I watch a lot of YouTube, that fake being nice. And he's from Twitch, and Twitch is a very gullible like community. Twitch will believe they're way too keen to believe in like nice people and stuff. Like here on YouTube, we're the audience is a lot more realistic about like people's intentions. But yeah, I want to PatricianTV gets around this by not being nice at all. You know, that's what's kind of sad. That's what's kind of... Don't pretend, so I get in a lot more trouble. But yeah, I'd like to revisit how this started, or how I think it started. I'd like to revisit the WoW clip, everybody. When this happened, when I would stream, there would always be people who were like, Pat, did you hear about the latest pirate software drama? Yeah, so my internet used to not be great, and now it's been worse lately. Unfortunately, I'm going on the trip, so I don't have time to get it fixed, but yeah. Pirate software is taking me down. Because Pirate software found out I'm gonna watch the clip. But yeah, so people would ask me, Pat, did you hear the latest pirate software news? And I'm like, what, did he killed some people in hardcore? And he's like, no, there's this new thing. They would never say. So like there was just a month where like there was new pirate software news like every week. And it was crazy. Now, this clip here, I'm not gonna like microanalyze it or anything like that. So what's going on is he was part of like a hardcore guild, and he's streaming hardcore classic WoW, which, you know, they were all doing that because very predictably, you know, they were trying to farm moments like this, right? They're trying to have like big dramatic moments. Now, flat out, don't go into Dire Maul North. I wouldn't go, like I would barely go into Dire Maul North on not hardcore. Now, I'm just gonna say it. I don't think this clip is that bad. This clip itself, although it might be what he's saying during the clip. But someone says Peel in hardcore because like these are level 60 characters. I think they're level 60s. So like each of these characters represents 100 to 200 hours of effort, and so in this kind of type of situation, if someone says peel, you peel. Now he's playing Frost Mage, which is like the class for running the fuck away. So it's like, who cares? Oh, he's got a mana gem and a robe down here that are like that would help give him mana. I don't care. I don't give a shit about that. The clip itself really isn't that bad. Groups wipe all the time. I think what went wrong here was the way that he responded to it. The way that he responded to what happened in this situation. Yeah, obviously the real problem is how he refused to acknowledge that he could have done something. But it's like, the reason that he has this hang-up is that he doesn't want to admit that, like, maybe he locked up. Maybe he didn't want to take a risk. Who gives a shit? It's how he handled the aftermath, yeah. Yeah, and that's so... People would always ask me, like, what do you think of this clip? Do you think he did a bad job? And he's like, no. He did exactly what I would have done. Like, full stop. There was a thing somebody said where, like, he did the hardest puzzle in a game. Like, he just, like, offhandedly, like, instantly solved the hardest puzzle in a game. It's obvious he wants people to perceive him as being more intelligent than he is. But it's like, I think his narcissism has reached the point that, like, it extends beyond, like, he wants to be seen as accomplishing superhuman feats because that's above and beyond what any other streamer would do. But I think what was going on with this is that you had a lot of like deep-seated resentment, but nobody would say it. Nobody was brave enough to say it before it happened. It was only after it happened that people are brave enough to say it. And now you have the guy getting farmed for like for clicks. Like if you look up pirate software on YouTube. Hey, there I am. If you look up pirate software on YouTube and scroll past, okay, on my feed it's a lot of negativity, which I guess makes sense because I'm very negative. Even though what's funny is I don't even watch videos about this guy on YouTube. But now like everybody's farming him for content. And good, because it gets eyes on this, and this is what matters. Because we were at like, I think I looked at it like a month ago, and we were at like 411,000 signatures. Because I had an idea for a video. I wanted to do a video about how software does like physically exist, and there's really no difference between buying software and buying like a toaster. And I wanted to explain like the basic principles of how software physically exists and why you should be able to own it in the same vein that you can own a toaster. And hey, did you know you have rights? But it'd be a very complicated video, and I don't have a lot of time to make it, especially since the initiative has like 30 days left. I would still consider making it after the video, after the initiative, because like it doesn't all rest on this. This is a battle that will continue long after this initiative, because we gotta overcome people. We gotta bully the people that think that this is a bad idea into submission. Not even a month ago, about 2 weeks ago, it was hard stuck at like 450k. So we can physically download a car. It's more like software is a reproduction of like an official copy of something, and just in the same way that a car is a reproduction of something that physically exists. But yeah, so Ross put this video out, the end of Stop Killing Games, and I actually hadn't seen it. I'm gonna be farming him for views. 3D print your car, yeah. That was not a good faith question, Pat. I don't care. I don't know, it depends. What do we want to watch, chat? We're doing React meta here. I'm stealing content. I'm stealing views. I'm gonna steal views from Rob. I'm not stealing views. This video came out like almost 10 days ago, and it's got 500,000 views. It's a pretty long video and mostly talks about pirate software. Yeah, as I understand, there's a 33-minute section here in response to pirate software. React to your own content, it'll be funny. You joke about that, but I have, twice. We've watched bits of both the Morrowind and Oblivion video on stream. But yeah, I wanted to look at some stuff about this. We have the pirate software responses, but TBH. You know, here, we'll open up with this. We'll open up with this, and then if this doesn't fill enough time, we can watch the video. I'm definitely, I don't feel like watching the original pirate software response from 10 months ago because, oh my god. Alright, so this was a response that he wrote after the Ross video. Let's see. June 23rd. And then it blows up for a bit, and then he finally responds, and god damn, look at this essay. But yeah. React to Mr. Beast. I wasn't watching Mr. Beast, but I was watching a Zomboid creator that was, like, emulating Mr. Beast. Why light mode? Can I? Can I quickly turn off light mode? That's a good question. Wake up, chat. Flashbang. I think I can... I mean... No, that's a terrible idea. Do you have to be light mode if you're not signed in? This is like a different browser. We have color correction on. Does OBS not have like a quick filter to like invert colors? That's interesting. Oh no, wait. I just turned the contrast completely down and that inverts the colors. Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, I have the second post on the docket. We'll be reading the first post, the second post, and some of the replies he posted. Been reading through all of the posts against me over my stance on the Stop Killing Games initiative. Tons of people calling me a liar, or that I misrepresented the initiative. Also, lots of content creators dogpiling on this to get their pound of flesh. I mean, fair is fair. Yes, you are being farmed for content, especially now. You thought it was bad? You thought it was bad in the first 2 days? Bro, fucking like PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye are talking about this now. Nobody likes you. Let's dig into what I... Apologies. Let's dig into what I actually did and said. I put out 2 videos on August 6th and August 7th. Hang on, I gotta do the voice. I put out 2 videos on August 6th, 2024 and August 7th, 2024. These videos are linked at the bottom of this post. Many people have not watched them and are just calling me a liar or attacking my character. Give the videos a watch, read the initiative itself, make a conclusion that you aren't copy-pasting from social media. Monetization on these videos is disabled, so no, this is not some ploy to increase revenue. I just care about the subject and have rightfully concerns as a person working in this space. In the first video, I go through what an initiative is, how it's not law, and how it's a starting point for this entire process. This helps people understand that this is to start the conversation for change and can adapt later. I don't think I have a fast way to increase the bass on my voice. Let's see. Yeah, there's no like a fast EQ plugin. I then go through the initiative and some of its goals from the official page for it. I then talk about the repercussions of them, should they be implemented. As written, all games need to be left in a functional, playable state. Next, I bring up the crew and walk through the business around it, and the sequels, and the size of the player base at time of sunset. I did this because it was called out by this initiative as an example of publishers destroying a game. I also harshly critique Ross Scott's wording in his videos, because they disparage the lawmaking process and lawmakers, which doesn't benefit players or this movement in any way. He was very upset. Okay, for context, what he's upset about... Hang on, I'm going to give OBS a second to stop dropping frames. What he's upset about right here is that Ross Scott said that lawmakers like easy wins. Okay? That's the disparaging statement that is doing gamers no favor. Lawmakers like easy wins. Just think of those fellas in Belgium, how offended they are by the sentiment. Alright. In the second video, I talk about the potential scenarios where a studio could be abused if the initiative was implemented as written. So one of his proposals was like, apparently, it was, I'm trying to remember, it was 10 months ago. It was like, TF2, they would maliciously send bots into a game to kill it, so that they could get the server tools and then run it. Obviously, with the obvious implication being that, like, if they killed the game, then there's no player base, so, like, what's the profit incentive here? And even then, like, in that scenario, you would be able to run your own version of TF2, like your own servers for it, that aren't, like, attached to the bots and the malicious actors. Let's see. It adds new paths for abuse, and that needs to be discussed to help hone this initiative into something that would do good without doing harm. I then explained that very few people in the game development space can actually discuss this from the other side due to fear of losing their jobs. Yeah, that's why they're not talking about it. A studio is much safer in silent dissent than they are discussing the drawbacks of your ideals. The recent attacks on our games is obvious evidence of this. Wait, hang on. Is what he's talking about here? No shot. I know what he's talking about. What he's talking about is that, let's make sure his face is on screen here. What he's talking about, oh fuck, it's still inverted. What he's talking about is that he's at a 9%. He's at a 9% on the game that he's been developing. So that's interesting. And then the other thing, the other game, yeah, of course, don't worry, chat, I didn't forget it, is the second Rivals of Aether game. Oh, this one's not as bad. This one's only like 77%. That's not that, like, this, it's mostly positive. This one was getting hit too, but they gave out a statement trying to help, like, clarify. Hang on, I'll make sure this is on screen while I talk about Aether Studios. They put out a clarifying statement trying to make sure people were aware of what the actual relationship is between him. So if you don't know, I'll pull this up first. Pirate Software is the director of strategy at Off-Brand Games. Some people have been like trying to pivot this as like, well, you know, he's just a consultant, but like, no, the director of strategy does a lot more than just like consultancy. He works for at a very high level at a startup game publishing company, right? So I think it's fair to say that his aspirations are to be a game publisher, right? So the fact that he has these types of anti-consumer opinions should be a bad thing. Should be a bad thing. Full stop. If I was a gamer, I would not be watching this guy after what he said in terms of your consumer rights. Because there's a veil. There's gamers, and then there's the people who sell games, and they have different interests. People who sell games, they want the price tag to be like $200. They want like every copy of the game to be destroyed after a year, so that you have to buy whatever the next game they make is, right? This guy works in the industry. Of course he doesn't want you to have rights. But Off-Brand Games is not like, they're not a publisher the same way that like EA publishes BioWare, because in that relationship EA owns BioWare. Off-Brand Games is a consulting company for Aether Studios, so they do some work helping them with the publishing and marketing of the game, but they don't have authority to tell Aether Studios what to do. That said, Rivals of Aether 2 is a live service game. It is a live service game where you can run it offline because it's a fighting game. And so when this was initially going on, I was investigating it, and it was pointed out to me that as a fighting game, in order for it to be played at tournament, it needs to be able to run offline. Like, that's a pretty base level expectation for fighting games, because they need to be played on LAN, even if they lose internet connection, right? So Rivals of Aether 2 is playable offline, but it has in its terms of service that you aren't buying a copy of the game. You're buying limited access, I think a revocable license to a service. They made that very clear in their terms of service when you buy the game. But Aether Studios did try to clarify that Pirate Software, like, they basically threw Pirate Software under the bus and like, guys, don't fucking flame us for this, because he is tied to us, but we don't deserve bad press. And I agree, they don't deserve bad press. just because pirate software is like tangentially related. That said, the more pressing point that needs to be remembered is that pirate software is, one, a game developer, and two, works for a game publishing company. So he has a clear conflict of interest. This is a guy who doesn't want you to be able to own your games. So he's getting hit, again, a 9%, which is crazy. To be fair, I don't think there's a lot of people who, like, would unironically buy this game. I want to see, like, product refunded. Yeah, so Steam tells you if you refund a game. So my question is, I mean, a lot of these people do have hours. You know, if you're just buying a game to give it a bad review, are you going to put in 2.5 hours? No, I don't think so. I think that there's a lot of people who are already customers who are upset with this that are saying this. Now, the lore with Heartbound is that this has been in development for 8 years. I think is the number that I'm always hearing. This says December 24th, 2018. Now, chat, let's be fair. He is a game dev influencer. So it makes sense that he would be a game dev for a long time. Whatever. I don't give a shit that he's been working on the game forever. I don't even care that, like, he's a locale coder, TBH. Because, I mean, like, you can buy the game. I assume that, like, it's playable to some degree. I haven't played it. I hear it's an Undertale clone. I don't give a shit. Oh, you have, like, 500 nested else-if statements? I mean, if it runs... if it runs, he's got a product that he can sell, so, like, you know, good enough. Good for him. But yeah, this is what he's talking about when he's saying that, the recent attacks on our games is obvious of this. He's talking about Heartbound, and he's talking about Rivals of Aether 2. And maybe, like, there's... This wasn't true 10 months ago. There are now 3 games on the list that Off-Brand Games has published. Steam auto-filters reviews with no time to solve that problem specifically. That's what I assumed. That's what I've assumed. I've never looked into it, but I've never bought Steam review cope that, like, oh, a bunch of people are buying this and then refunding it to leave negative reviews. Because people would say that about Starfield. Okay. To recap, my main issue with this initiative is that it is broad in its approach to change the industry, and the exact language of the initiative, not the FAQ, requests that all games stay in a functional, playable state. Yeah. I don't see that as particularly unreasonable. Listen, I think, this is my opinion as somebody in the industry, I think that if you can't fulfill all the edge cases of airplanes falling out of the sky, I don't think you should be regulating airplanes. It's as simple as that. I don't know why I started talking like fucking Asmongold there. If you can't, I don't know why they're going after Boeing. Why are they going after Boeing if they can't regulate this random plane company because they're an edge case? If you can't write an initiative that covers gliders in addition to jet airplanes, I don't think I can support that. I can't do lower. I'm sorry. I can't do lower. I mean, if you want lower, you put it in your chest, right? We had a drawing of this argument in Paint, though. What's up, guys? It's Critical here. I think the situation's a lot of Dookie and Ben kissing. This is not feasible for all games at a technical level, and could potentially restrict developers from making online-only games like MMOs, MOBAs, and user-generated content games in the future. This is complete bullshit, by the way. He's never made a compelling argument for why this is. Put the Mama Max voice filter on. Jesus. Ross Scott, do you like pedophile? That list is not exhaustive, and it doesn't matter if you do or don't like those kinds of games. Effectively, this has the potential to restrict future developers from making kick-ass experiences like World of Warcraft, because it locks weight on their designs. You know what I've been playing recently? Dune Awakening. You know what's great about Dune Awakening? You can rent servers. Now you might say that's cringe, but I mean, like, the fact that it's possible for you to rent servers from like third-party providers means that there already has to be server code out there that's like redistributable. So like, it shouldn't be impossible for a game like Dune Awakening to have an end-of-life plan where instead of shutting it down and being unplayable forever, eventually one day I can spin up a server and run my own version of Dune Awakening. I mean, if you can make it so that third-party providers can handle server renting, then I don't see why. I disagree. I have always and I even brought this up on the interview with Ross. I've always disagreed with the thing that World of Warcraft is exempt because it's a subscription-based game, because they still charge an upfront box copy price. I liked Dune Awakening a lot. I pretty much played it extensively. The only thing I didn't do, and it's because it's more of a multiplayer thing, was mess with like the sandcrawler and stuff, but I was running around the deep desert having a lot of fun doing that, and we had a fairly end-game base. I would recommend it. If you're into like survival games, like, I was enjoying the kind of limited story content. I was enjoying the pace of progressing as a survival game. I think the only thing that it disappoints people is like the MMO market, because it's technically not an MMO because you can't get 1,000 people into one spot at a time. Yes, it has an interconnected server economy, but the max cap is 300 people in the deep desert, so I'm afraid that it's not actually an MMO unless you want to count like Battlefield. If you want to count Battlefield games as MMOs. God, I hate that fucking line of reasoning. It's an MMO. Even though this is an initiative that can change in the future, this goal is core to the mission and deeply disruptive, so it needs to be called out. Hey, why does everybody disagree with you then? Even game developers are fundamentally disagreeing with this. It's almost like the entire crux of his argumentative position is, I think if this initiative to regulate airplanes requires Boeing to put a single hour of effort into preventing planes from falling out of the sky, I can't support it. It's going to stop them from creating great airplanes. But yeah, so it's literally just if there's the slightest modicum of work, then it's not worth it. To clear up some disinformation about my character, I left AAA in 2016 because I fucking hate how the industry is now and prefer indie entirely. I mean, even even your like clarification statement is disingenuous. You're not really an indie dev. You're a game dev influencer. Like, be honest, you like being an influencer more than you like being a fucking indie dev. That's why your infamous clip, this is not you making a game. This infamous clip of you is you playing a game because you're an influencer and you like being an influencer, and that's fine. I like being an influencer too. You can't even fucking like clarify your own statement without like putting some kind of bullshit out there to like obfuscate the water. This shtick might work with your old fan base who thought you were the Mr. Rogers of the internet, but everybody else fucking sees through it. You're a 1 million follower Twitch streamer. What the fuck is that filter? To get dark mode, I had to invert the colors. So when you look at something that has color, it's wrong. But if you look at a web page, it looks like it's dark mode. What's the lore on him actually working at Blizzard? I seem to recall some drama about him not being as involved as he claimed. All right. So I cannot vet how much he has claimed to have worked at Blizzard. I can only tell you what I know. His father was, I forget his exact position, but he was responsible for the making of cinematics at Blizzard, and supposedly got him a job at Blizzard. Now, the reality is at the time that he joined Blizzard, Blizzard was expanding rapidly. They were expanding faster than California could supply game developers. So they were like actually hiring anybody they could. So I don't really care that they hired his son. He worked in, now I do know this part, he worked on like the QA and security side. Again, that's not that weird. A lot of people start in QA. And working in QA is game development, especially at something like Blizzard. Yeah. Can't you just use Dark Reader? Or I could just do this. Or I could just do this. I already have the solution. And then if I want it to go away, it goes away. I have the solution. This isn't my normal browser. My normal browser, I have Dark Reader. It was entry-level QA, not exactly the most nepo position. Yeah, that's what I mean. The other thing is, like, I don't know how much he's emphasized it, but he worked on basically what's considered the second floor. So there was the main floor at Blizzard Team 2 that was responsible for Classic WoW. And when it started, their security and QA people were on the same floor, but then as the game came out, they moved the QA and security people up to the second floor because the team was expanding rapidly. So, like, according to John's stats, when it started, when World of Warcraft had started development in like 2000, the team was small, like 40 people, it was very personal, and then by like the end of the project, it was like 80 to 90 people. It was a lot harder to like know everybody that was working on the team and have like hallway conversations about the game and what have you. And then the QA people got involved because once the game got popular, QA was like a huge avenue of like somebody would get a job at QA and then go 2000. Yeah, World of Warcraft started development in 2000, possibly 1999. But so I don't check my email. I have somebody that does that for me though. So because my email, the reason I didn't read my email for a long time was that it gets flooded with like garbage sponsorship offers. But World of Warcraft came out in 2005. It was in development for like 5 years. But anyways, he started working on WoW after the game came out, which like that's already a huge like strike against his character because I have a lot more respect for the Blizzard devs before World of Warcraft came out compared to the Blizzard devs after the World of Warcraft came out. And then he worked on like a different floor. So like he wasn't involved in like designing or working on the game. He was more like QA and security, which is still, I mean, on a game like World of Warcraft, there's a lot of QA and there's a lot of like network security stuff. So it's like, who gives a shit? I'm reading his post. He made a point about refining the initiative so it would do good instead of unintentional harm. But then he refuses to talk to Ross when a friendly dialogue is initiated. No, that's the whole disingenuous thing is that he, and I'm in this ironically in this situation as well, because I'm working on, I mean, it's too late now. I was working on the Oblivion revision, and this guy that's like obsessed with Oblivion was like there the day that I announced it. He's like in the live stream chat, and at no point has he ever like wanted to have a conversation about clearing up what was wrong with it. And it's the same thing with Pirate Software. He talks a big game about what he like. He talks a big game about like how the initiative could be better, but he has like actively refused to talk to Ross. And the thing is that like Stop Killing Games isn't just Ross. There's other people that work on this initiative. Nice, 7,000 signatures. There's other people that he could talk to if his issue is that he just doesn't like Ross's ego, because Ross disparaged the lawmakers. Think of the lawmakers. So like, how true is it that he actually cares? Is there a way to send you a message, Patreon or Discord? Just wanted to send you in private sessions a thank you. What is the best way? I mean, if you want to do it for free, email or Discord. You can pay me if you want to, but that's not necessary to reach out to me. It's just a matter that, like, people who reach out to me with random message requests, that's always a gamble when I open those of, like, is it going to be something good or is it going to be, like, some deranged meme? But, I mean, like, if you join the server, I'm at the top of the members list, and then you can just add me and leave the server afterwards. It's actually funny. There were people when I made the I made a video recently. Oh no, Pat's reaching for the woke stuff. I made this video in like an hour because it's second channel content, so I'd put no effort into it. But it's talking about how the woke content detector isn't fake, and there was somebody like, I can see why this isn't doing well based on your Discord server. Your Discord server's like, oh, we're dropping frames. I'm getting shut down by woke content detector. So the theory was that, like, my Discord server, holy shit, inverted Ross. My Discord server would be the people who were like into the woke content detector, but like every time I've ever posted woke content detector on my Discord server, it's followed by like an hour of people making fun of it because it's really stupid. Let's see. Inverted Ross isn't real and it can't hurt you. Outer Worlds, 2020. City and Entertainment. Private Division. Informational, meaning not overtly woke. Contains subtly pro-LGBTQ plus messaging. Optional side quests. Involves homosexual characters in a relationship. One is about helping your asexual lesbian companion to get a date with a woman. Okay? Outer Worlds, not necessarily woke. Team Fortress 2, woke, woke, woke. It's woke. You want to know why? It's not the fucking demo, man. Team Fortress 2 is woke because one time on the TF2 blog, they, like, announced that there was going to be a charity tournament for the Trevor Project. So now it's woke. The game where, the game where you get a date for your, hang on. The following words should immediately get you put on a woke list, okay? Asexual, homo-romantic. If you say that combination of words, you are unbelievably fucking woke. And not just in the pejorative way, but like, you are aware of a cultural concept that most people are not aware of. Most people are not aware of what the concept of asexual homo-romantic is. And so, like, you're woke in, like, the most literal sense of it. But woke content detector doesn't think that the Outer Worlds is woke, but Team Fortress 2, I shit you not. Here it is. This is literally the only reason. Literally the only reason. Team Fortress 2 has overtly pro-LGBTQ plus messaging. Why? Because there was an official game announcement for a tournament. A charity tournament. So yeah. Anyways. Oh, we were off topic. I always like reverse engineering how I got so sidetracked. Let's see. Oh yeah, so we were talking about the Discord server. I talked about how somebody brought up that, like, whenever I post a woke content detector on the Discord server, that people No, like, nobody on the server likes that list. Everybody thinks it's cringe. But anyways, I made a video about how it's real. Alright. Outside of that, no, I am not financially supported by live service games. I mean, true, you know. You are financially supported by being a game dev influencer. But it's like, okay, let's hear this bullshit. I make a single-player RPG, and I'm the director of strategy for off-brand games. Now, someone told me that... Oh, where was it? I'll never be able to find it on the spot. But someone said that Heartbound relies on Steam achievements for progression, which sounds fake, so I have to assume it is. But very funny if true. That said, you are the director of strategy at a game publisher that their first published title is a live service game. So you work for a publisher, you get paid by a publisher that published a live service game. Again, you work for a publisher, you collect a paycheck from off-brand games that published a live service games. No, that's real. He brags about it. Why? Oh, okay. Wait, so it's like cheap. He does it for cheap DRM because like you can't pirate the game. You can't pirate the game because you need the Steam achievements. Right, okay. It might not be real because he's not entirely honest. That's a weird thing to make up, though. By the way, yes, he's called Pirate Software. No, he's not into piracy. In that position, I am paid minimum wage by my own decision because I care about games succeeding, not about profiting off them. Doesn't matter if it's minimum wage, bud. $7.25 an hour doesn't matter. You have a financial incentive because I assume, right, that you're not a fucking retard who owns no stock in this company. Right? Right? I think that's a fair assessment. You really doing it for the love of the game? Dog, if Rivals of Aether 2 sold 60 million copies tomorrow, you're telling me that you would still be collecting minimum wage from your publishing company? I mean, there's no way for you to ever prove that you wouldn't. But let's be real here. Just say flat out. Just say flat out. I'm the co-owner of a publishing company. That's fine. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're allowed to make money. We live in a capitalist society. Making money's based. Nobody gives a shit. The reason that people are razzing you is because you pretend to be something that you're not. And then you run like, you do these like ceremonial gestures. Not disclosing it is fucked. I mean, to be fair to the guy, he does disclose it. He discloses it a lot. It's just, it's more the matter that like, he's trying to play it off that like, because he's done these bureaucratic, you know, ceremonial gestures of, well, I'm making as little money as possible, which by the way, I think you could make no money from this. I think it is possible to work for a for-profit company and make no money. But I digress. I don't know. Maybe not where he lives. But I mean, like, all the same. Even if we took away the publishing angle, you're a game dev influencer. So you represent game devs. So you still have a conflict of interest at the end of the day. He boasted about getting a ton of sales in Brazil because he had localized prices, but didn't realize it could be mostly key resellers. Pro bono? Yeah, I'm sure there's some kind of angle. I think it's federally prohibited. That would be interesting. That's an interesting proposal. Because I don't have a corporation. do you have to collect a check? Because I always think about, this is a different concept, right? But I always think about those companies that, like, they do a ceremonial sale where they sell something for like $1. I mean, he could, like, just semantically say, I make minimum wage and then I donate it to the ferret rescue. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's still a conflict of interest at the end of the day. And I've always stood by that. He could be the fucking copy guy at the publishing company. It wouldn't matter because he works for a publisher. He doesn't just work for a publisher, he runs a publisher, which means that he has the most financial stake in it succeeding as a publisher. Pat is getting worried because of all the free work Private Sessions does on his streams. I'm just curious, like, because sometimes I don't pay out myself for like 2 or 3 months at a time. So I'm wondering, like, would I ever get in trouble for not paying myself properly? That would be a funny way to go down, forgetting to pay myself. Because that's how fucking, like, frugal I am. Let's see. To further this, the games we're publishing are all playable offline anyway, because their gameplay loops are not only based on interplayer interaction. Not all games are like this, and not all games can be like this. But bro, let's talk about how you can't wait, hang on. A few angles here. Number one, let's talk about how you can't own a copy of Rivals of Aether 2. Number two, weren't we just talking about how you can't, like, how Heartbound has Steam DRM? Like, I know technically that means that you can play it offline, but only for, like, a limited time. And I know it's not, like, a realistic scenario. Like, I need to be able to play a Heartbound 36 days after I lose internet connection. I know that's not a particularly realistic scenario, but all the same, if you have Steam DRM, that means you can't play the game offline. Indeed, your progress won't save with the Steam Achievement DRM. Wait, hold on. So it's a single-player RPG where you can't save unless your game is online. But here he is claiming that his game is playable online. But I can't save my single-player RPG if it goes offline. So it's a live service game with none of the upsides, because he's not selling skins, is he? Specifically in Heartbound, they are selling skins in Rivals of Aether 2, but, like, what? Okay, so that's another thing that's basically bullshit. Yeah, technically you could run the game offline. You can't save your single-player RPG game when you're offline. I mean, isn't that technically functional? You know, what is interesting is that by the metrics of StopKillingGames, Pirate, you're compliant. Even if it's stupid, you're still compliant with both of these games. But that is interesting. No, I have not been running away from discourse on this. You refuse to talk to Ross Scott. That is, like, running away. I talked about it for around 8 hours on stream yesterday. Oh, wow. You fucking whined about it on stream for 8 hours and didn't talk to the StopKillingGames people? Wow. Yeah, that's not running away. So, like, I'm trying to think, like, real life political debate. Let's say that it's Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. And instead of showing up to the CNN debate, Donald Trump fires up a live stream on Truth Social for 8 hours where he basically does the same thing. Yeah, I'm not running away from a debate with Kamala Harris. I did an 8-hour live stream on Truth Social. Are you fucking stupid? What's funny is Ross is an easy guy to talk to. He was like, he might have been one of the easiest podcast guests we've ever done. I never took my videos down, and I have not discussed the initiative in the 10 months it's been since I released those videos. My internet also died mid-broadcast, so I had to go live again 30 minutes later. Thanks, ISP. Again, I mean, I don't know if Donald Trump gets points because his, like, internet connection at the hotel room went down during his Truth Social live stream where he was dodging the CNN debate with Kamala Harris. If Thor was smart, he would realize the best way to prove your argument right is a 1v1 Quake 3 rematch. He also cheats during puzzle games, solving puzzles in a game when the information for the solution wasn't presented yet. Outer Worlds and Animal Well was the game. I wish I was joking. Wait, he's done that twice? I knew about the Animal Well one. Wait, he's done it twice? No. I think it's fair to say that Ross is nicer than me. I just called a guy fucking stupid and said that he was a retard earlier. I think that Ross might be a nicer person than me. I don't know, maybe Ross goes hard off stream, but I feel like given that Ross does like a monthly, like hours-long show where he talks to his fans, and I don't think he's ever like disparaged somebody like drastically. I mean, it's one thing to like solve a puzzle, like to look up a puzzle solution. It's another thing to like preemptively look up a puzzle solution. No, so like what's interesting is this is the clash of Mr. Rogers of the internet versus a genuinely nice person. Like it's that one comic where it's not this comic, but this comic's funny. It's that one comic of like that person is fucking disgusting and depraved, and then it's like it shows the guy and it's like it says the most normal person ever. That's Ross Scott versus Pirate Software. I cannot believe the DMCA thing actually flew under the radar as hard as it did. Well, the DMCA thing I think happened post when people fell out, because the DMCA thing is a reference to this. So if you don't know the story with that, after this happened, there was another indie game dev who like puts references to Twitch happenings in his games, and he did this marketing post that was a reference to it was a reference to like the wipe, and then Pirate Software DMCA'd his game. Now this was the person made like clipped Pirate Software talking to put in a Reddit post, and in response Pirate Software DMCA'd his game on Steam. But listen, he's for the indie devs. And threatened to sue him. Yeah. I don't think it flew under the radar, but I do think that it got relitigated. Because, like, if you're into other types of drama slop, you know how Creator Clash 2 has been criticized a lot lately? It was criticized at the time, but not to the degree that it's been criticized more recently. This type of stuff does like get relitigated like after the fact if there's a reason to do it. But like you can go back to around that time period and watch our streams. There's clips of me like making fun of Creator Clash 2 like right after it happened, long before the more recent stuff. I hated how big influencers treated him with white gloves until he fell off post-WoW drama. So that is one of the frustrating things that like, it sucks that this type of stuff has to happen for people to like stop pretending. Pirate says he never deleted his videos, but he has deleted some stream VODs, meaning stuff that he didn't have the chance to script and makes look pretty is harder to find. In this case, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he's talking about the the 2 videos down here, first and second video, he's talking about not removing that stuff. Folding Ideas was right. It's rude to suck at Warcraft. What's bad is World of Warcraft players will look at situations like this and they'll judge this to be bad gameplay, when really it's fine gameplay. It's just that they've developed such an esoteric understanding of the game that they espouse anybody that's not standing atop the skill cliff of high-end World of Warcraft as like being bad at the game, even though, trust me, I was not bad at Rogue. You should have seen some of the rogues that I played with. If you want to see what fucking bad at Rogue is like. I still cannot believe Managem was a ban reason in his chat. I like how you two called out Pirate Software and his incentives to discredit this movement. Also, it was before this blew up again. I bet if I check, like, people have been going through my old tweets and like liking the old stuff. No, that's more recent. But yeah, yeah, holy shit. November of 2024. I talked about this before or after. Yeah. November of 2024. I will continue to remind people that Pirate Software is an anti-consumer. Who wears a nice guy I fucked up this post, but yeah. Who wears a nice guy mask, and that paying for his games is helping grow the next evil publisher. I even told people to pirate his games, which, maybe I shouldn't do that, but don't pirate his games. Just don't buy them, TBH. Well, it sounds like they don't fucking work if you pirate them, so I guess you can't hold me to defamation because his games are non-functional. Or not defamation, but... Games have been $60 for like more than 10 years. I'm not defending game companies, but I tend to see the recent trends of insane monetization in that light. What price would you be willing to pay for good games? Again, I've talked about it before. I'm fine with 80 if you justify the price tag. First thing I thought of when the WoW thing happened was how vindicated this was going to make you and Ross. Oh yeah, no, like it feels like it was so very close to being in the bad timeline where he never got in trouble for any of this. He couldn't have kept up the charade forever, but maybe he just like falls out of relevance and then like it just never gets addressed. But it's like, it is nice that people have just completely turned on this guy because he 100% deserved it. For those that will scream, he's doubling down. Yes, I damn well am. I give a shit about this initiative and what it means for gamers, developers, and players in the future. To finish out, just because I don't support this doesn't mean you should blindly follow me, and that just because I said pretty words on the internet. You also shouldn't blindly bash me because some other creator said to. Hey, listen, don't undermine people. People are pretty creative. They will fuck you up for things that you said without other people's guidance. If your game doesn't give blowjobs, it's not worth 80. I kind of disagree. I'd pay $80 for like a solid single player game that had no aggressive microtransactions, no DRM, no microtransactions. Dr. K said up straight to him, something about the way you talk bothers me. No, we played that on stream. If someone posts a clip in the Stop Killing Games channel, I will play it. Specifically the arrogant one. There's a clip where Dr. K says that, like, he says outright, this is the most arrogant thing I've ever heard. And I bet I could pull it up. Oh no. Although there were... It's funny, I look up pirate software, and I have pirate software allegations. I don't think these went anywhere. So I'm not gonna lend a ton of credence to them. There were some allegations. He was 20 years old, you sick fuck. But yeah. When the fuck did you turn into an alien? I'm a dark elf. Oh, where are you at? I didn't save it. Oh, here we are. Reminder. This is going to be the inside the Ubisoft building. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he beat those allegations. Even when the world is rallying against him, false allegations still aren't cool. What's the name of your lawnmower? Fucking drowns in the cum. But ever since they legalized, yeah, you posted the full clip. Send me it with a timestamp, and I will. I mean, I'm sure you can just word search arrogant, and it'll come up. 0 games are worth $80. You, my friend, have clearly not played Minecraft. I was playing All the Mods 10, which is not as good as All the Mods 9, but still pretty fun. That's the clip. Okay, this was how I originally saw it. Alright, random person. I hope you don't cook my fucking stream. Oh, let me turn off inverted mode. You just do this. See? Alright.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of...
By the way, the voice wasn't bullshit.
...things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Why are we streaming our therapy sessions? But I digress. So yeah, he's telling people to, This was the first statement. So let's check out the second post, and then we'll check out some of his replies. That is the most arrogant thing I've ever heard. Needs to be, it needs to be a soundbite that I can put in the, like, Fallout video. What's the best place to put that? It's gotta be in... I mean, you could play that in response to something that James says, but it's probably gotta be in response to, like, a Fallout New Vegas character. Alrighty, cool. Second post. And the voice is hurting. I don't know how he does it for fucking 8 hours. Did you find the I don't know what empathy is pirate software clip? What a funny thing to say. I'm not gonna do the Maldavius fig tree stuff. Because I don't really care. That could be other people's bags. I think there's enough above the belt without getting into that stuff. He just rides the mic close with the gain turned up and compressor on. I feel like... Wouldn't that just cause you to peak constantly? Like, you'd have to whisper. Like, you would have to be, like, really quiet. Like, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that for 8 hours either. No way. Just talked to Charlie and Josh Strife Hayes for a bit in DMs. Hang on. Was it the same day? 1:46 p.m. like 4 hours later. Okay. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. Holy fuck. An apology? Unfortunately, I think, like, okay. Full stop, full stop, full stop, full stop. Full stop. Little bit of advice here. I know, you're apologizing, you're doing the right thing. This should be the post. This can come later. Draft this out. Schedule the tweet for the next day. This should be the post. Just apologize and then let people cool off for a bit. And then, like, because this, I 100% guarantee, I don't even have to read it to know that all of this little essay here is going to undermine this. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. I should not have lashed out, but I had an emotional response due to how important the subject is to me. On the developer side, I have been in a constant battle with people online for nearly a decade, trying to inform them how difficult it is to make and release video games. I know, it's almost like that effort should be preserved. The idea that any of these technical hurdles are easy to overcome and would be simple to implement is the exact kind of thing I've been fighting. When I bring up the issues with leaving online-only games in a functional playable state after sunsetting, I'm always met with responses diminishing the effort needed to do that. Yeah, it's almost like there's multiple fucking game developers who've talked about how simple it is. Oh, did I save the post? Who was it? Oh, no, it's in the replies. Ah, fuck, I gotta sign in to read replies. Fuck you, Elon Musk. You cocksucker. The fuck spends that much money to get into the White House and then gets punched in the face and kicked out? Fucking loser. So here's one example. It's in the replies. We have a private server for Warhammer Online running by fans now after the sunsetting. If we could do that for a massive MMO, we can do it for all online-only games. This should be the standard. The cheap way is to dump the entire server logic on GitHub and let the fans do what they will with the game, including running local servers in a Docker container. It's not as problematic as you make it, and I say this as a developer who worked extensively with online-only products in web dev, including a game. There's a lot of posts that are like this. There were posts before the Stop Killing Games stuff. There were posts after the Stop Killing Games stuff. There's all kinds of developers that say it's not that hard. Like, it's not impossible. Yes, it's hard. It's not impossible. And that was one of the reasons, like, that's a question I asked Ross in LARP 8. Because you're too much of a fucking asshole to not talk to Ross. So I asked the question for you. Going into my next question. How active have game developers been in discussions about these legislative proposals?
I have no idea. It couldn't have been that active until recently.
Were you speaking? So this is one thing I've always wanted to like point out to people. So I asked the question, and I was trying to lead Ross with this one. Let me uninvert the colors. Well, it's Halo Infinite, so maybe it deserves it. So I asked the question. He says no. And this confused me why he said no, because in the research I had done, I already knew that the answer was yes. So I was confused why he was answering no, so I asked him again. Working with game developers prior to starting the initiative.
Not really.
Oh, hang on. Where in the transcript are we? Effort it would be to convert a live service game into something that's single player.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, a few of the members of the initiative are developers themselves.
Like, you hear me say, okay? That's me, like, kind of relieved that I got him to answer the question. Because I was confused, again, why he said no initially. When, like, I knew the answer was yes.
Absolutely. And actually, a few of the members of the initiative are developers themselves. Like, at least one's a game developer, another one's for server software. There's, like, a long background in this sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I did a lot of research to like find out. And so some of it was like me just I would be frustrated about something and I'd be like, okay, we need to hit the like it's not that hard and game developers have weighed in on it thing. And then unfortunately Ross had gamer dementia. All right. When I bring up the issues with leaving online-only games in a functional playable state after sunsetting, I'm always met with responses diminishing the effort needed to do that. This is not a simple hurdle to overcome and is exactly why I don't like this initiative. You can't leave these challenges up to a figure-it-out mentality, and you can't diminish the work of those on the dev side just because you want your way. I mean, yeah, it is possible. That's why I made sure to like try to follow up the question just to make sure that he wasn't like confused about it or something, or had a different interpretation of the question. Movements like this showcase to me how little the general public understands about game development, modern gaming architecture, and online games as a whole. Yeah, but that doesn't mean consumers stop having rights, you know? That's why I put videos out poking holes in this, because it sets that entire conversation back to the Stone Age. The fucking Stone Age! In terms of developer-player understanding. Making shit is hard. Making shit when people think it's easy is harder. No, it's hard no matter how, like, easy or difficult it is. If you want all games to be left in a functional playable state, then you need to listen to people when they talk about how infeasible that will be in a lot of situations. Hang on. So if I want my my World of Warcraft to be left in a functional playable state, I need to shut up and listen to you tell me that actually what I want is unrealistic. Even though I know that it's not unrealistic because I have run World of Warcraft as a server on my own PC before. So I know that's possible. Oh, but what about this other edge case? And it's like, that's probably possible too. And if it's not, like, why did they make it that way? Play that Dr. K soundbite. Oh, did I get one? No, someone linked me a Twitter post. Hang on. Let me finish this, and then I'll read some of these. Since this is the primary the initiative's primary goal as listed on the ECI page, it's kind of important to resolve that. This is just Pirate Software and Ross talking about Pirate Software probably deleting VODs. All right. It's annoying that I'm having to like screenshot these posts. So I do apologize. All right, so here was one of the responses. From one dev to another, you lack the intellectual octane to maneuver this space. Many games, specifically multiplayer games, solved 90% of preservation issues decades ago. We just stopped doing it so we could push customers to the yearly reskin because that was more profitable. The problem has already been solved. It's strange to see a dev still lost on this. There's a few hangups with microtransactions, but that is a design problem and not a preservation problem. Full stop. If you want to build an online-only game in that environment, you would need to support that through the life cycle of development. Online-only games are made or broken based on players' demand for them. If the demand goes down, then the game dies. You don't really know when this will happen, but you can forecast for it and give... I'm sorry, the guy was talking about, like, fucking, dedicated server software? Hello? He was talking about, like, how you can host your own TF2 server? And you're talking about, like, how, like, Rainbow Six Siege loses players with time? This means that over the life cycle of the game, you will need to be constantly updating those releasable versions. No. What? Okay, hang on. Yeah, sure. If we're talking about, like, TF2 dedicated servers, but, like, Valve had no issue with that. They had no issue with it when they were doing Counter-Strike. Like, Bungie never had an issue with it with the PC releases for Halo 1 and 2. Yeah, I don't think too many game developers have had issues with this. That adds cost and pressure to every release, and likely more hiring requirements to fill the need. Oh no, more people will have to have jobs. Like, okay, hang on. Even if we acknowledge that more people would have to be hired, I don't see how that's a bad thing. When you're a fucking game dev influencer, surely you would be happy to find out that somebody you work for got hired to, like, work on games preservation. All right. Online games evolve over time. It's generally the point of MMOs as an example of this. That adds cost and pressure to every release and likely more hired to do. This isn't work you can quickly do at the end as your studio is collapsing. As a dev, you know that, right? And it's like, again, I mean... okay, hang on. Ross talks about this. Ross talked about that.
I'm not even sure of the answer. About, like, let's say the game company went bankrupt. Well, if they went bankrupt, all these penalties would very likely be financial anyway. So you might not even be guaranteed a end-of-life build if they're going bankrupt. Because what are they going to do? Find the company? Well, the company's dead.
Yeah, I feel like some people don't understand that aspect of how it's being enforced. This is not gonna... We're not gonna make a law where EA goes to jail because they killed a game. There's gonna be an... Again, if you just talk to Ross, you'd probably find out some of this information. This is the second one. Okay. Gotcha. I don't think I got pinged for that one. Isn't the point to have a plan from the start? Yeah. It would be very simple. You have a plan from the start of what that process is going to look like at the end of the project. And even then, like, most regulatory agency, like, the guidelines that need to be given is that regulatory agencies will show lenience if all they do is, like, dump server code at the end. Like, if that's all you can do, I mean, that's kind of what's being asked for. So it's like, it doesn't need to be like, fucking Johnny 12-year-old runs an EXE and it runs flawlessly out of the box. It would just be like, you would get enforced if you did nothing at all.
Right, but my understanding of the situation is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid, and then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it. Because you're really good at being an ass. Like...
I mean, I don't think that one's as good, but it is funny. Thor can't read? I mean, he doesn't need to be able to read. Talk to the guy. Talk to the guy and you bypass the need to read. Alright, Alright, here's another reply. I am screenshotting. Yeah, no, if the law's in place, you would deal with it from the start. I don't think Pirate Software has ever acknowledged that it wouldn't be retroactive. They could just make a private server version of 1.0 and release that if it dies in 4.5. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Pretty much everybody does version control anyway. If it's so hard to make... Oh, sorry. If it's so hard to make the MMO in a playable state for private servers, then why are there so many illegal private servers that serve the game and function better in many cases compared to the official servers? Developers don't have to do anything. Just shut down the servers, let players download their character metadata, and that's it. Basically expand the licensing agreement such that the private servers become legal when the companies sunset their game. Because they're done illegally. Shit's easy when you don't have to comply with existing agreements or legal requirements. Once that enters the arena, you get to sit in the swamp trying to find a proper path forward, which is exactly why I'm talking about this. Okay, so he's completely sidestepped the point, which is, why is it possible for people that aren't even working at the company to set up a private server if it's so difficult? And then his response is, well, it's illegal. Sorry. Have you considered that weed is illegal? How are we doing on the stream, by the way? Oh, good viewership. Thank you all for coming out. I'm having fun. And by the way, if you're in the EU or know anybody in the EU, be sure to check out the Stop Killing Games initiative. We're doing work... Well, I say we. I'm just a cheerleader. I've been a cheerleader for a long time, but I am still, ultimately, just a cheerleader. They are doing work to get a citizens initiative passed, which will help push games preservation, so you won't have an issue like, say, an old online-only game that you like being shut down that you paid for. You know, you paid 40, 50 bucks for Dune Awakening, and then it's no longer playable because the game got sunsetted. That sucks. Check out this initiative. I think the one I almost always... So, like, for the past year, it's kind of funny. People on Twitter are telling me, like, hey, what are you going to do about Stop Killing Games? And I'm like, I mean, don't be rude. Not to be rude. I've had Stop Killing Games as my pinned post on Twitter for, like, 2 years or whatever. For a long time. Like, as soon as the initiative started, I was all over it. But Multiverses as an example. I was like... The Multiverses thing was funny because I was like, how do I come up with an angle where... Because this is the issue with a lot of these games, is that they do die for a reason. A lot of them are just kind of shit. Like, Multiverses was shit. I was like, well, what do I got... How do I get an angle on games preservation when a lot of people don't like Multiverse? And it was like, oh, there's a Raven skin? Yeah, okay, hang on. I can get people on board with Stop Killing Games on this one. What about Marceline? Bro, listen. Marceline may be popular in her particular fandom, but that's fucking Raven, bro. That's fucking Raven. Okay? Scaled up as an adult, Your Honor. Scaled up as an adult. She's 18 in the artwork. So what's a game you wish wasn't gone forever? The issue with me speaking on that is that I avoid a lot of online-only games like the fucking plague. So I don't know if I have a game that has died that's unplayable. I mean, like, Classic WoW was it. I could kind of consider that a different version than the retail. But I kind of, like, avoid that stuff because I'm like, I don't want to invest myself in a game that could disappear forever. Or, like, I am invested in, like, fucking GTA Online, and I'm like, God, please kill it. I guess, it's not dead yet, but you want to know, one that will be pretty bad? Red Dead Online. Red Dead Online is actually a pretty cool game. And, it probably will be unplayable one day. WildStar. I missed out on WildStar. All right, let's see. We got any more replies? I will say he got fucking cooked. And he's been getting cooked for days. Real slow boil on that one. All right. Yeah, Lawbreakers. There we go. Lawbreakers, chat. Red Dead 2 Online is better than Red Dead 2 Story. Yeah, 100%. Honestly, like, the emergent story of playing Red Dead Online is better. Remember Dirty Bomb? I played, like, 3 matches of Dirty Bomb and then said that no. I didn't have, a lot of that stuff I just don't have a lot of faith in it, so I don't, like... You can't get your heart broken if you never play the game, you know? Don't date women. They'll only hurt you. Bro, shut up. You talked about how Ross is trying to force Final Fantasy XIV to rebalance its raids so they work in single player. You are annoying and hurt video games and their consumers. I wouldn't respond to this if I was getting cooked, personally. This is definitely not the caliber of post that I would respond to. No, we discussed option. No, you did not. Let's be fair here. You did not discuss this. Or we can't call what happened a discussion. No, I ranted about options developers would have had to comply with on stream, and I brought up as a possible and insane outcome. Developers have very little they can do to comply with keeping their games in a functional playable state after sunset. Hold on. Are you implying that, like, it has to stay functional? Like, I don't think anybody's said, like, this needs to not only be functional, but it needs to keep working on, like, Windows 90,000, right? They can either release the source binaries or keep the game online indefinitely. There isn't really a middle ground here. Okay, but what's the issue with releasing the source and binaries? My boy needed a W, so he owned a shitpost tier response. I don't know if I would call this even owning it, because I'm not seeing where he's addressing the, like, Final Fantasy 14, other than he said that, like, well, yeah, obviously that was I was joking. I was joking when I compared chat, when I compared Avowed to that game that I published, that was a joke. I was joking. That was not unethical product placement on my part. That was me saying a possible and insane outcome. In terms of compliance, releasing the source binaries carries legal issues due to software patents, copyright, and separate service agreements with partners to keep that service online. So another option would be to rip all of that out, effectively making it a single-player experience, which defeats the entire purpose of the game. No. Nobody said... Again, this is another thing. Will I even be able to... Yeah. Yeah, I can pull this one up too. Take on this as somebody who's covering vanilla WoW is that it's akin to how the ESRB will say it whenever you boot up a multiplayer game, that the online experience is not considered when they did the age rating, right? There's no such thing as a consistent online social element that can be preserved or even be consistently experienced when the game was active. So, for example, there are multiple valid interpretations of what World of Warcraft's social element was, depending on what time period you played the game in, depending on what realm you played on, and what time of day you played on it. Some of those experiences, when you played even World of Warcraft back in 2005, were effectively single player.
Yeah, that's something where it takes real people continually playing the game to experience, or again, like you said, some things they can't be re-experienced because the...
Is there going to be another LARP episode soon? Unfortunately, I don't have time. I'll be departing back on my charity ride soon. But yeah. God damn, he's spending more time responding to randoms on Twitter than he is just talking to Ross. You know, okay, so you want to know one thing that's like not stated enough is that Ross lives in Poland, and he will stay up into what is late in the evening for him in order to facilitate a conversation. Like, think about that as a level of personal sacrifice, right? How many American activists can you say would like stay up until 3 in the morning to do an interview with somebody on the other side of the planet? So, I mean, like, he is the real deal. Could you explain how difficult it would be for a game developer to implement an end-of-life plan that ends with the game being in a functional, playable state if the game was made with that in mind? Yep. Period. Hitting enter Reddit spacing. If you want to build an online game in that environment, you would need to support that throughout the life cycle of development. Online-only games are made or broken based on players' demand for them. If the demand goes down, then the game dies. You don't really know if this will happen. Chat, hang on. This motherfucker. He's pulling a fucking Bethesda. He's pulling a goddamn Bethesda. He's copy-pasting his responses. This is 2 different responses to 2 different people that have, like, the exact same phrasing. Hang on. If you want to build an online-only game... Yeah, this paragraph is, like, word for word copy-pasted. Is this whole post? Holy shit. Okay, he responded to this guy, removed the snark at the end, and then added new snark at the beginning on the other post. Bro, I was just thinking, like, I was literally just thinking, would he, like, copy-paste responses and, like, fight his entire comment section? And apparently the answer is yes. He was born to be a lolcow. Speedrun, fucking internet darling to lolcow. World record, any percent. Yeah, I heard about this before the stream started. Apparently he's hiding replies now. Which I don't understand. Why would you ever hide replies? Hang on, how do you check hidden replies? View hidden replies. Okay, it's not on this post. No, I don't see hidden replies on this one, so I'm gonna have to see what post specifically is having its replies hidden on it. What I don't get about hiding replies is that, like, they put it gets put at the top of the thing, right? So not only does everybody see that, like, not only does everybody get to see the reply if they just press the button, but like but also it also just showcases that, like, that response is making you fucking, like, cope and seethe really badly. Louis Rossman just released an anime-ass speech to Ross that he's not allowed to give up when he's the only one that can do this. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that, like, I know Ross has said that he kind of wants to, like, he wants to step back from the movement when it's done. I'm kind of hoping that, like, he just takes a vacation, but that, like, he still maintains some level of role. Diminished, maybe, from what he's doing now, but, like, still some level of involvement. Imagine if Minecraft shut down the servers and so you could never play your single player world. Some games are designed like this and shouldn't be accepted. Actually, believe it or not, this was in that video I was talking about where I know this is a pretty popular these are pretty popular videos. I did like them.
What makes a game?
Stop. What makes a game? But he did one of these videos. My ad blocker's not working on this. Cool. But he did one of these where one of the dead games he explored was
What do you want me to say here?
a Minecraft server. It was a hardcore Minecraft server, and it had there was just like tons and tons of effort put into it, and as far as I'm aware, like nobody was ever given like the server binaries or like the world data or anything. So like there were like tons of like beautiful like settlements and stuff that were just like lost forever. 1 second, please. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Conditions at the time were the same as such, or like things weren't
I think,
known about the game. So
what
it
I'm
was
getting at is that
more
as somebody who's
experimentation
covering the MMO that was made, I don't consider it a valid criticism of the game's preservation aspect, because the games are so much more than just their social experience. You have, you know, WoW dungeons, you have the music, you have the zone design, you have the quests and storytelling. The social aspect for me is like less than 5% of the appeal.
Well, for other people, that it could be inverted. But the thing is, that's a subjective assessment. You know, what we're going for is objective. Can you run the game? That's a very objective metric, I think. I had another thought, but I think I lost it, so that's all right.
Were there any interesting effects from the mailing campaign to EA you did after the Darkspore video?
No, not at all. That was me being naive, where I thought, well, it was two things. It wasn't quite as badly naive as you might think, because I'm not sure, maybe somebody in your audience knows this. What was the first game like this to shut down that was bought originally as a one-time purchase? The earliest I know of might have been Battleforge. So this was still when we finally had like our first kind of confirmed casualty, because there were lots of dead games before that, but those vast majority of those were subscription games where but the point is, the people from the beginning could have bought that game in a store, paid for it once, and then, you know, a couple of years later, okay, now it's dead forever. And that was still, those particular dynamics were still pretty fresh. It might have been the first, I'm not sure. So I'll
Sorry if that conversation was interesting. I had to use the restroom. Also, I thought my phone died, which it did, but it just ran out of battery. It didn't actually, like, eat shit forever, which would be really unfortunate considering I'm about to go on a 1,000+ mile bike ride for the next month. Be a really bad time for my phone to shit out. I love Private Sessions playing Bad Cop, knowing him and Pat agree with Ross. Okay, so here's an interesting like bit of lore. Private Sessions did not originally agree with Ross. So when the pirate software thing went down, Private Sessions initially disagreed with Ross. Let me see if I can find a post. Hey, I heard that shit. Music's trying to get me copyright, but YouTube bailed me out. Because it asked me if I was still listening. I'm sure he won't mind if I snip a little bit of our DM conversation, because none of it's like confidential, but like when the Ross situation was initially going down, Private Sessions kind of agreed with Pirate Software. That's how fucked the situation was. Yeah, it was Magic Sword. I like that you could hear like 2 notes from it and know. So what this initially is really saying is that the industry needs to stop making multiplayer-only games or games that rely on servers to function. That's how fucked this was. He had to like look into it more to like really come around to our side. So originally he was going to be like a voice for, it is not a picture of Private Sessions, it's a picture of Sarah Palmer. I think that every time I see it, but no, it's Sarah Palmer. He was going to play like devil's advocate for well, just advocate really, because he wasn't pretending, for Pirate Software. And then like by the time we got the interview and it actually came around, he was on Ross's side, so he had to switch over from being an advocate to being a devil's advocate because he no longer believed in the Pirate Software thing. But it's still a good example to me of like how fucked this was, because Pirate Software for a moment had total information control about this and was able to convince people that weren't even his own fans, because Private Sessions doesn't watch Pirate Software. That's how, like, I can't, like, the only way I can describe it is that it was just, that's how fucked it is. And that's why, if, like, Ross has said that, like, Pirate Software sandbagged the effort, like, yeah, it's hard for me to disagree. It is true, like, we got to get some different initials going here, because... Oh, okay, hang on. Hang on, my friend. Now, this is... Okay. Let's be fair to the guy, because he's dumb enough to, like, be critiqued on shit that matters. I cannot be compelled to care that this is the thing that he's hiding replies on. He posted a picture of his pets, and I assume people were harassing him over the Stop Killing Games thing about it yesterday. I think it's 100% fair that you would hide the replies on something like this, because I think that he should be allowed to post pictures of his pets if he wants to without like people harassing him about it. Like, there is a place that you can go confront him about it. It's the several posts about Stop Killing Games. So like, he is dumb enough to be critiqued on the other stuff that he's posted that you don't need to bust up the like, look at this man, he's deleting comment. Yeah. More people cared about Pirate Software's WoW controversy than his bad take. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but that's the hand that was dealt. Now, hang on. There's a Sam Hyde clip that I think aged terribly, which is he's talking about NFTs and he's like, "You're right, they can be downloaded. You're right. Have fun being broke." Which, I mean, like, it aged poorly. It's still fucking hilarious. But it's like, I just kind of think of that when it comes to the drama stuff. It's like, you're right. You know what? It is slop. It is slop. We are farming him for content to get people to sign the initiative. But this is more important. You're right. Have fun having no fucking games! Big 900K coming up. It is so nice, yeah. No, I am very, I'm very happy. And keep it going. Keep it going. Past 1 million. So let's get into this then. Where should we start? Why the initiative would succeed. Media coverage bonanza. Everything I've been attempting. Critiques, suggestions, final attempts. Common opposition arguments. Let's start with common opposition arguments. I feel like that's a good place for us to start.
And that's from people who support the campaign. For all the support and fair coverage we've received, there's been some opposition too. Though I want to say 80, maybe even 90% of people who are against the initiative are against it because they think it's doing something it's not. For example, the #1 criticism about the initiative that we've never been able to shake is that it's unworkable because you can't expect publishers to support games forever. Yeah, we know. That's why we've never asked for that. I must have said this 100 times now. It was written on the website from day one, but this keeps coming up over and over again. See, that's the thing. As soon as you say 3 words on requiring end-of-life plans, gamers especially will jump to some conclusion, and I never know where they're going to land. Ironically, non-gamers tend to be much better at understanding the initiative.
It is unfortunate. I think Ross has talked in his videos before about like gamer dementia and just gamer brain. For some reason, like, I don't know what it is. Is it the fact that like games engage your like dopamine center? These people's brains might be actually literally cooked.
Because they're not coming with...
This was well framed. He did a good job on this video. This is just his webcam setup. Like every month, he unlists it, but he does these video chats. Oh no, there's several of them that are unlisted. Interesting. But he does these video chats and it's literally framed like, oh, this is a fucking ad. Get your shit together, uBlock. Fuck you, YouTube. I pay for premium. Fuck off.
Killing Games.
But he frames it exactly like this is the same framing. And it's just because he puts the chat over here.
With a whole bag full of assumptions. A couple other criticisms are how this would violate copyright law by forcing publishers to give up their intellectual property.
I don't even know how you come to that conclusion.
No, it wouldn't. Some of you may want to pause this part.
Yeah, I mean, this is all fairly straightforward stuff. I think what might catch some people up is they don't understand. Like, have you ever seen those annoying people that are like, well, oh, hang on, I was making fun of one of these. Hang on, I could probably find it on my Twitter. But they're like, oh no, it's under the mountain of shit I reposted because I've been on a reposting spree. Oh no, did he delete it? He deleted it. Oh man, and I don't usually archive people that I make fun of on Twitter. But there was a guy who's like a MBA on Twitter that I made fun of because he was like trying to clarify. We don't buy games, we buy licenses. Yeah, guys, the masters of business has an opinion on games ownership, and wouldn't you know it, he thinks you can't buy games, you buy licenses. You buy temporary revocable licenses. You can't buy ownership of games. Winning strategy: bet against the gamers. Yeah, it's crazy how Star Wars became public domain when the source for Jedi Outcast was released. Yeah, or that, you know how many people are, like, selling Jedi Outcast because the source was released?
Or how this won't work because of end-user license agreements. That's also not a problem. Or how this isn't possible because publishers already have agreements with other companies and don't have the rights to distribute that code.
Okay, so this was something that Pirate Software has been harping on. Like, he was harping on it after, I don't know if it's in this post, but it's in the replies to the second post that he's harping on, like, the server binaries might have proprietary code or middleware software that can't legally be released.
We're aware of that.
The terms of the initiative would still be possible regardless of any pre-existing deals with publishers that might conflict with it because it's not retroactive. If passed, it would not go into effect until likely years from now, giving publishers time to make new deals for future games they wish to sell in the EU. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, you know how sometimes when you install a game, it'll say like, you're installing Microsoft Visual Studio 2019, or you're installing Microsoft.net or what have you. Like, there are licensing agreements where you can sub-license games, or not games, but like the middleware programs that you need in order to make a server binary, like, or any kind of like game software viable. Like, anybody that's in the business of this stuff knows that this is not really that big a deal.
Yes, the initiative is...
For existing games where these terms would not be possible, there are multiple options, but only the EU Commission could make the final decision on what would happen. Some examples are shutting down the game before the new directive goes into effect, exempting existing games from the new requirements, and only affecting new games sold after the directive goes into effect. I would like to think that the second thing is what's more likely to happen. I think that it's very likely that like League of Legends is going to get grandfathered in. What is an MBA? It's a master's of business.
Those are the ones I've seen most organically. Beyond that, there is a clear patient zero where others come from.
I thought Pirate Software was the source of that one too.
Okay, I really don't want to do this next part, but...
Okay, so... there's so many instances where people will say this line and it's bullshit. Like, the Never Knows Best video. Like, he did it twice. He did it twice in a row. He did it to me and he did it on the Gamergate 2 video. He's like, guys, I really don't want to do this video, but like, you know, deep down, he wanted to sabotage my career. He wanted to make fun of fucking anti-woke inquisitors on Twitter. He wanted to make that video. I can 100% believe that Ross Scott doesn't want to like fight with Pirate Software on this.
But it's become a liability for the campaign for me not to.
I am interested in the alternate timeline where he does this sooner. That'd be like a fun fan fiction of like, how soon after the situation would it have been good tactically for him to kind of respond to this thing. Ross waited 10 months because he really wanted to do it, obviously, but that does happen in the drama scene. There was a guy, I'm Alex, who got busted for a ton of stuff, and then he waited like 18 months or something to respond to the situation so that not enough people would care and that the people who did watch the video would like take it at face value. And he walked away from that situation with people saying that like the girl that was accusing him was just as bad as him, even though like if you read the text conversations, it's very clear that one person in the relationship was abusive and it wasn't her. So like people do absolutely like wait months and months and months to respond to something like as a tactical gesture. I think that Ross didn't want to have to do this. I think that he was optimistic that this would get more than 500,000 signatures without needing to get into drama baiting. But I think at some level he needed to embrace two possibilities. He either needed to embrace this or he needed to approach another YouTuber who's more drama minded to do this. If he had approached me and said, would you be willing to be like the attack dog who does drama for the sake of getting eyes on this? I might have accepted that role, depending on if I had the time to do it, because I've been very busy this year, and I think what I've been doing with the charity ride would be a bit of a liability for serving that kind of position. But I feel like there's a lot of YouTubers who would be willing to be willing to engage in this type of drama if it gets this done. Because I think no bad tactics, only bad. But I mean, like, I don't think drama is that bad if it gets the job done.
Our biggest critic by far is YouTuber and streamer Pirate Software, who goes by Thor. If your only exposure to Stop Killing Games has been this video, then you've been misinformed.
Based?
This video is by someone who does not understand the campaign, has been trying to stop it, and has been making up what it is about.
He's being a lot more generous than I would be. I think he had bad intentions, and I think that there's a conflict of... I think that there's a clear conflict of interest in terms of why he made that video. And I also think that he's just a fucking narcissist and a sociopath who's been pretending to be a nice guy, and then, like, at the slightest hint that he got caught, like, he fucked around with somebody who was actually nicer than him, and now he's, like, very thoroughly finding out what happens.
I am not saying that lightly. I will prove it in a minute. Now you might be thinking, okay, so some YouTuber got something wrong on the internet. So what? See, that was my thinking too. The problem is how incredibly influential this YouTuber has been. Remember that list of coverage on the campaign? Well,
Hang on, there was... Okay, hang on. Okay. That was somebody responding to... I don't care what his real voice sounds like. Yes, he's faking it. Yes, it's cringe. He was responding to one of the controversies. Oh, hang on. Because this affects me, apparently.
And for all the content creators that were out there trying to cannibalize me to boost their numbers for a little while, that may work for now. But in the future, no one's going to want to do anything with you other than other people that also want to cannibalize you. You're going to surround yourself with assholes. That's going to be on you, bud. That's shitty for you, to be honest with you. And I feel bad for you. Straight up.
Oh god, I hate people who post like that. Well, if you get involved in drama tube, you're just gonna end up being as bad as everybody else. Yeah, okay, bud. Unfortunately, this meme has the line, but I wanted to play it for chat. Will it pop up?
Hi there, would you like to sign my petition?
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
I'm gonna actively tell people not to. I think that's a pretty bad line.
What is against the US? What is against the US is organizing hate raids on the platform, which is what a number of these other content creators have done live on stream while admitting that they're doing it specifically for content, that they're doing it so that they want to cause beef with me as a streamer so that they can get it for content in OnlyFans and how to.
Oh, wow. The fucking hardcore WoW guild that was built on the back of making content out of hardcore WoW decided to make content out of hardcore WoW. And you're upset that you're getting farmed for content. And not even with anything to do with StopKillingGames. You're just getting farmed for content because you got...
best I can tell, Thor's coverage has been bigger than literally anyone else on those lists, except Asmongold. And the only video Asmongold had on this bigger than Thor's was about Thor's video. So for all practical purposes, Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is.
Yeah, and this was what was frustrating to me about it, was that it's cool that we're making fun of fucking pirate software for this, but why don't we make fun of pirate software for bad-mouthing this? This matters. I don't give a shit that 2 people lost their characters in hardcore WoW. Ooh, wow. 150 hours lost. Oh no. I guess they're just gonna have to go raid in regular era. Well, era is dead, but... Hang on, does hardcore still send you to era, or does it send you to the anniversary realms?
That's a bit loaded, though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie. I have no evidence it's the first.
Okay, the meaning of the word lie has always been interesting to me. Because I feel like even with the second definition, you still have to have willful intent for it to be considered a lie, right? So I have heard before people interpret that if you share information, if you say this is the case and then it's later proven wrong, that is considered lying. And I have heard a lot of disagreements about whether that's actually, whether people think that's lying or that's just being wrong. Dictionary, yeah, no, that's how not drama pilled he is. He doesn't know that like putting dictionary definitions of words is like very passe in drama. 899 516. Pat, do a countdown. I was tempted to make a thing out of this. The problem is that because it's broken on this browser, I can't put it on my main browser because that's too risky. And because it's broken on this browser, like I can't really get it to see. I'd love to put up a live ticker counter. But I don't know if that's in the cards for this stream. Mistakes can be lies. Now that's some Brit shit. Actually, funnily enough, that's the main two people I've heard push that idea is are British people. Let me mute myself and then I'll see about the mic. That's funny. The tab crashed as soon as I messed with the mic. Be sure to check out $SKG. That's the cryptocurrency that we set up for our caffeine pills. No, not black screen. Go. Stop killing chat. Stop dying. Simple as. Maybe if the chat was worth keeping around, it wouldn't have died. Have you considered that? Maybe if it was a good game, it wouldn't have died. What if you're intentionally lying, but the lie you ends up being true because you were wrong in the first place? I think if you're intentionally being deceitful, I mean, I think we got to read your heart.
This video came out right as we were building momentum. Then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork.
That's what I'm saying. This video had like real, like Pirate Software's video had real influence. I'd hate to say it, but most people go with our last word guys. That's why he's floundering so fucking hard. He is floundering as hard as he is because he wants to be the last word guy on this situation. He has to have a video out about it, surely. Interesting. No new videos about it unless they're shorts. Be kind to yourself. Ooh,
I want to start streaming.
What the fuck? Why did it do that?
I want to start streaming. I set up everything.
I don't care about your text-to-speech.
Just stream. Or don't. This sounds more to me like you're afraid.
Yeah, just stream. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sure it'll work out.
This put me in kind of a no-win scenario, too. Because if I ignored it, then a lot of people are going to get misinformed about the campaign. But if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign. Because it's not about that at all.
It's some people have been saying like, oh, it's unfortunate that it took drama farming to do this. It should have been drama farming from the start. I could have told you when we did this fucking podcast, like almost a year ago, that drama farming was the only way that you're going to overcome somebody who's disingenuous. Someone explained to me the appeal of Pirate Software. I always got bad vibes from the guy. I feel like anybody with like self-preservation skills is gonna get bad vibes from somebody like Pirate Software. He just gives off like bad sociopathic vibes. I think the issue is that a lot of people are kind of just not developing those skills anymore, and so you have like this happens somewhat frequently. Like, oh, I can't believe that this nice guy used. Okay, I restarted it, and it says it's not dropping frames. Now would be a good time to insert ads. Welcome back. Yeah, I know, I was dropping real truth bombs and they had to get me. I was saying, that I figured it out. The last guy that got clipped for being a fake nice guy was Boogie. Boogie2988. Boogie2988. Okay, so he did Francis where he's like freaking out about basic shit. But then Boogie had a phase where he was like a nice guy influencer. And he was like trying to give people advice. I remember this. I knew a kid in high school who was trying to tell me about how Boogie was, yeah, true. Hang on. I'll pull that up. Thank you. Boogie was, I had a friend in high school who would talk about how Boogie was like this nice guy. And then, of course, what happens? He gets outed for it. Turns out he's a bit of an asshole.
Good code is good.
Fuck off. Good code is good.
I've actually been thinking about taking Meet Your Maker down, and it's not because I don't love that game, because I do. It's because they've publicly sunset it, which means the game is no longer going to receive any type of updates.
That sucks, bro.
And it makes me really sad, because I love Meet Your Maker.
Bro, that fucking sucks. They're shutting down the game?
It was an obsession of mine for a great deal of time.
Wow. You were really emotionally invested in this game and they're shutting it down? Man, that fucking sucks.
That what they were designing was very compelling and very interesting. And
wow, yeah, no, it was interesting. It looks cool.
God, phenomenal freaking game. And it didn't get enough of a user base. It tried to adapt to become a better game, and it did become a better game, and it still never garnered a user base. Brilliant game. I even loved it because it has brutalist style environment.
Huh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Let me read this description here. Let me... Yeah? Hosting it privately does not fix this issue. I mean... Oh yeah, he says it. StopKillingGames cannot fix that problem. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that just because it's user-generated? Let's see. So that someone could host a private server, and the private server would include the user-generated content, and then that way, that content would be able to survive, if not survive outright, like it's not the original version, because for whatever reason they're just not able to post what was user-generated for the live version. People would be able to still generate it for the private version. Damn, that's the damnedest thing. So, what I'm getting here is that because he was talking about this. He was talking about this. Where was he talking about this? Yeah, hang on. This is not this is not feasible for all games at a technical level and could potentially restrict developers from making online-only games like MMOs, MOBAs, and user-generated content games in the future. So this is what he's talking about when he's talking about how, like, this is just not viable. Hearting his own comments as always. Oh, Jesus. Never heart your own comments. I don't understand that. Why would you heart your own comments? Heart other people's comments. Because when you heart somebody's comment, they get a notification that it happened, and then they come back to your video. I also heart comments to kind of bookmark where I was in the comment feed. But yeah, never heart your own comment. Always heart somebody else's.
Which I love brutalist style. Very much so. I likely won't remove the channels, but I will remove the role from being able to be selected. So the people who are still into the game...
Yeah, I don't care about your fucking Discord server. But man, that sucks. If only there was an initiative that would help with that.
So I quickly made this video trying to clear up all misconceptions and concerns about the initiative with timestamps for everyone's questions.
Which is funny because I sent this video to private sessions and he immediately switched sides. So this video worked. It's just that nobody saw it. You want to know why nobody saw it? Nobody saw it because you weren't farming the drama. Now, of course, the this hadn't happened yet. So this video only works after this. But this was a long time ago, so you could have done this way sooner.
Questions, hoping the truth would eventually come out. I can see now that was a mistake. I should have just embraced the drama.
Oh. Chat, can we get a prayer emoji? Yeah, can we get prayer emojis in the chat? Because he is speaking truth right now.
To this day, I'm still getting frequent comments and emails about the same falsehoods about the campaign that originated in this video. Well, now I have nothing to lose.
It's sad. Bro, you know what's going to be real sad, Ross, is that you're going to be talking about how it sucks that like City of Heroes was killed or what have you, and people are still going to be fucking posting comments about that from this video. That's one thing that sucks about the internet. Like, it doesn't matter that you acknowledge something because, well, sorry, there's one video out there that is spreading this misinformation, so now you're forever going to have to live with getting comments about it.
Lose. If we don't get the signatures, then none of this matters anyway.
Fucking based.
So if this campaign is failing because of me not talking about this, then I'll at least correct history here on the way down.
I mean, I think, if I remember right, Ross said at some point that he was, oh, hey, 900K, chat. Ross said that he was like willing to do anything to make this work, so fucking here he goes. He's standing on business.
I'll get this over with and go over what I think are the biggest points of Pirate Software's video.
It's funny that he says he's going to get this over with because I think this section's 33 minutes long.
I'm not going to go over everything because collectively Thor has made hours of video on both me and the movement. I'd be here forever. Believe me, I could address smaller things too, and kind of already have. Alright, let's start. Okay, point number 1. Thor does not understand what StopKillingGames is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the StopKillingGames initiatives...
Wait,
this
is what the fucking paint thing is a
want
reference to?
Single-player games.
No.
To have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore.
Oh, Jesus. This is going to be hard. This is going to be hard. I fucking hate videos where people are wrong. Alright. This is what's going to happen to you. This is you hosting the fucking crew servers. Alright, Jesus, this is rough, and we've got how much left?
This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much...
Why does it jump? Wait, hang on, why is it jumping around? So, here we are looking at MMO items/item/material. So it's some kind of code that's defining material properties or something. Even though it says recipes. I guess material could mean like, I don't know, linen cloth. And he's got paint on screen and he's dragging this on screen. Why does it suddenly go to Minecraft?
Single-player games that do not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much as they...
Wait, hang on. Ross, he's got custom subtitles. I don't know if you know this. With custom subtitles, you can set custom colors. So he has colored, or has had it colored, where Pirate's lines are yellow and his lines are white.
They want it to...
But why is it Minecraft now?
Specifically games where it is a single-player game that has always online functionality. It would impact every live service game that exists.
Good, based.
Instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. StopKillingGames includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. This is what I mean. It's harder for gamers to understand this because they come with so many assumptions. It's like that saying about doctors being the worst patients. So let's clear this up. It's the first line on the website.
Okay. The consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to consumers. This is from February of this year. I don't know if Archive IS has an older archive of Stop Killing Games, but yeah, seems to have been the tagline.
Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative.
Speaking of, if you're in the UK, be sure to check out the UK petition. I believe the UK petition succeeded. It already has 100,000 signatures. Sign it anyways. And if you are French and own a copy of The Crew, there's a guide here for also how you can help out. Someone give it to me in French so I can say something really racist in French that you pretend is relevant. No, come on. Come on, no.
We've never seen a game catastrophically fail as hard as that game did. I think the biggest problem that I'm seeing with Concord, and I think this is kind of sad, is there's a bunch of people making like really overblown claims about why it died. But like, if we go and look at the game itself, and we look at like what happened here, you had a video game that was not marketed.
Still working on
really
fucking
Most
materials
people
and
didn't even know
consumables.
existed. They had no idea. The amount of cost that was spent on it was enormous. Like they spent a shitload of money on this, and it didn't land right with the players when it came out. And that's the prize, because they had a beta, they had an early access from a lot of insanely talented people making an awesome game. Why would I care about a bunch of talentless freaks hating on it? I'm sure having fun playing it, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. Yeah, that's not great. That's immediately going to lead into negative reaction from the internet. So they worked on it for 8 years. Yeah, because you have to understand, working on games takes a long.
Man, that sucks. If only there was an initiative about that. Man, if only you could host if you could host fucking dedicated servers for Concord, you could still play it. And those people that are insistent that like, no, actually the gameplay of Concord was really good and worth preserving, those people with time could prove that it was true and that like what happened to Concord was murder. And well, it sucks to fuck. If they had made dedicated servers, people would probably like come around on Concord one day. Yeah, the character art sucks. Who gives a shit? So fucking like do I look at the character art at fucking Quake? No, of course not.
Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. The long version depends on what kind of transaction is being made. As you can see, it's not easy to explain in a soundbite. But if you notice, we don't make a distinction between single-player and multiplayer games. That's because the law doesn't either. So why make this even harder?
Yeah. A lot of Pirate Software's cases were like just... And that was what was frustrating about this interview, was this interview got into... And this is my fault, partially. It got into, like, weird edge casing. Oh, man, what was some of the edge cases that we came up with? Upfront service charge for, say, expansions like the Burning Crusade, where some of that content is no longer accessible, despite the fact that they charged money for... They've charged money... I think you get the point. Like, you can come up with edge cases all day, but what matters is how these regulations are enforced, which is there's going to be a regulatory agency. They're going to... hang on, I gotta be specific because I got in trouble last time. They don't litigate, because litigation is making laws. They... God, what is the word? But they sue... They do a lawsuit against the publisher if the regulatory body feels that the end of life plan wasn't sufficient for the benefit of the consumers. And I think in a lot of cases, these publishers would do the bare minimum just to get away with it. And it might not even be enough to qualify for Stop Killing Games, but Stop Killing Games would still be happy because a little bit of something is still better than nothing at all. You're fucked forever. To be fair, I think Undertale also has pretty sloppy code, but the difference is Toby actually finishes games and doesn't suffer from a gigantic ego. I don't know. I've seen some stuff that Toby Fox posts, but I said it earlier. I don't give a shit if your code is slop, as long as you, if you can publish. And I mean, like, you know, Pirate Software, he's got his game is out there, so... Do I care a ton that... Oh, shit. Do I care a ton? No. Not really.
Both the movement and the law are making distinctions on how games are sold. Also, that part he said about it affecting all live service games? Yes and no. It would affect most live service games in the future, but the initiative is not retroactive. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand.
Hang on, he might need an explanation of what the word retroactive means. He might not know that one. This is Wailing Caverns music. It was still one of the most funny discoveries that every WoW zone on music channels gets like an hour, but the Stone Talon Mountains only got 30 minutes. That was a really funny discovery.
But he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single player.
Yeah, I don't get how he got confused about this, except that he's so up his own ass about being a developer that he's kind of looking at it like, well, what do gamers want? Oh, clearly they must want like a functional experience. He doesn't watch, he doesn't watch, I don't know if Dire Mall has dedicated music. He doesn't watch Ross Scott videos to know that, like, hang on, let's pull up the video. How far back was this? This was before the Stop Kill. Yeah, this, oh man, this was 4 years. Jesus. Fuck off with your ads. uBlock, start working.
I'm Ross.
Hey,
Sometimes
Ross.
I have ideas on things. This particular idea has been burning in me like a tiny hot coal that just won't go away.
This is about, like, software that can rip game worlds into, like, a playable format. So, like, you could just walk around the game world in VR. So it's like, there's a thing where, like, in one of the Dead Game News, he's walking around Lawbreakers maps in single player because, like, there's nobody on the server. It was before the game got shut down and there was, like, nobody playing, or it was like a custom game, and he was, like, just recording what the maps looked like. And it's like, that's kind of like just what he wants, is like, if I can play WoW, even if there's no social component, if I can't run dungeons, even if the quests are broken, he would be content with, like, just walking around the maps. But he doesn't get that because he doesn't watch Ross.
Once again, he made that up, and I have no idea why he thought that.
Transitioning an entire...
Okay, yeah, so, like, my speculation is obviously there's people that are a little less good faith in terms of believing his motivations, because as we've pointed out before on this stream, he does have a conflict of interest. No matter how much he tries to how much he tries to, like, deny it, I still think it's the case that he has a pretty clear conflict of interest.
Multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything.
Well, hold on. I was assured. Thor. Hang on. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you Thor because I think your nickname is fucking stupid. Where is this post? I have been assured that we were only bringing this up as a possible and insane outcome. This doesn't seem like you're presenting it as an impossible and insane outcome. This seems like you're just kind of saying in good faith that, like, yeah, this is what's expected.
Multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game.
Hang on. This is different. Hey, hang on. So this little shitpost experience that you're claiming is different fucking days? Because you can see the little timer at the bottom, the bits goal changes, the TTSQ changes. Yeah, this is different fucking days. Oh, it was just a one-off insane possible outcome. That's why I said it twice on different days, with nary a hint of irony to it.
Everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game.
Holy shit. I don't even know, like... Oh, man, it sucks to believe that there are people that heard that line and, like, didn't even parse that something was wrong with that.
That's what they're asking for.
No.
Because they would have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that suddenly...
Why are we... Ross... Sorry, not Ross. Maldavia's Fig Tree, can we please stop looking at a black box with, like, a white square inside it next to the word sunset? Because you're not communicating anything with this visual.
You need to make every single live service game playable single-player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No. This one is particularly baffling to me because I've heard most counter-arguments before, but until Thor, I've never heard this one. That we want the industry to convert all multiplayer games into single-player ones. I keep saying it, you never know where gamers are gonna take this.
Yeah, who wants to play armchair psychologist and figure out how he, in good faith, came to that conclusion? Every copy of single-player WoW is personalized, yeah.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
Oh man, I love the vibe of this.
Single-player games.
Oh,
I love the vibe of, like, Ross is sitting here, like, watching it and he's, like, frustrated, like, yelling at the screen. Because obviously he's recording this as a bit, but, like, this is good.
He's so close. He's so close to getting it.
So, hang on. Because this is easily editable, can someone put in, like, the American Gladiator show where they're, like, jumping across the balls, and he's, like, there's a guy going for the objective, and he's bouncing from red ball to red ball, and he's, like... then he says...
always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so close.
Or it's like, oh, no, the one with the bucket that has the stick across it, where there's peanut butter on it, and they go to cross the mice, like, go to cross the stick, but when they do, it, like, flips over and drops them in the bucket, and then Ross is saying this.
He's so close to getting it.
Or, I mean, let's be honest, a video of a guy, like, jerking off. I'm just saying, this is easily exploitable. This is a good bit. It's the 24:48 of this video if you want to do anything with that.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact.
He never has that light bulb moment.
No, that's good for it too. He does that after the mouse falls in.
He never has that light bulb moment.
You've never seen those videos? Hang on. Mousetrap bucket. These things. He's so close. Oh, he never had that light bulb moment.
Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for. But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
If we're trying to...
Really giving him the benefit of the doubt on that one. Aren't these videos, aren't they just stream VODs that have been cut up? Definitely the first one.
Hi, my name is Jason Thor. Union or related features, and I can't agree with that. So let's go into why this is happening.
Okay, so it's not a stream VOD that's been cut up.
Kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it.
Whoa, you already sold me on Stop Killing Games. You don't need to like add more reasons for me to sign the petition. Yeah, if you want to kill the practice of live service games, come sign Stop Killing Games, or check out the petition to the UK government, or if you live in France and you purchase the crew, there's this guide as well. If you hate live service games, be sure to check this stuff out.
As a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future.
Now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player games are advertised. What is he doing?
What is he doing? It's very suspicious. It's very suspicious. What could it mean? What could it mean? We're turning you into a servitor. Maldavius Fig Tree, your brain is going to be used to host copies of the crew. In 2040, there's going to be only 3 people that are ever going to play the crew, but boy howdy, your brain is going to be the thing that hosts the server for them.
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single-player.
Like
well,
you?
I've explained.
Big Tree's Discord seems to think they can organize enough fake signatures to get the whole thing thrown out. If you're in this fellow's Discord server, please screenshot some of this stuff. Unfortunately, it's really difficult to archive Discord servers, but please screenshot some of it because there can be civil penalties for faking initiatives. I have heard that there can be penalties for faking signatures in the EU. So unless they're like US bound, and like I think even then, like if you're faking an identity to no, I'm sorry, do not ever fuck with like government bureaucracy. Or do. Fuck you, you know? Go to jail. Don't you have to submit your EU ID to sign the petition? Yeah, the European people that I know that have signed it have said that it's kind of involved. So I don't think, I bet if anything they're just psyoping that like it's either a psyop, like they're trying to respond with the drama with like saying, well, petitions are actually bot farmed, and it was either it was us that was doing it or the bad faith do it or what have you. But I also think some of it might just be cope. They might be coping and saying it has to be bots if it's getting this many signatures.
That doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you'd have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. These are 2 different ideologies, and that's okay to have 2 different ideologies. I just won't agree with it.
But those aren't the ideologies. Nothing in the initiative is asking to convert games to single player.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player.
Yeah, so why does he keep bringing it up?
I mean, okay. Can we address the evil that is streaming for 8 hours a day, multiple days a week? Because Hassan Piker has this issue as well. I honestly think that like half of the issues that Hassan and his sphere have is because they stream so much that it just fucking melts their brain. Okay, I've done 12-hour streams. I cannot imagine doing 8 hours multiple times a week and still managing to maintain like coherency. not for my ID. So this website, the one that's tracking it, also tracks where the largest, where all the signatures are coming from and what's had the largest swells of signatures. So if anybody wants to cross-reference which EU states have had the largest increase in signatures and what their rigor of what you need to provide is, because I think it's different in different places. In some places you might need to submit an ID, in other places you might not. And so if you want to cross-reference that, feel free. What about Mahler? Mahler doesn't stream 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, or what have you, you know. I'm talking about people who stream as much as these fucking people do.
This is a total red herring.
If we don't like the
No, I think when it comes to, what I'm saying is, when it comes to being able, like, so he records this live stream, and then the next day he sits down and, like, records this video. His brain is probably fucking cooked from streaming the day before, that he's not going to present, like, a coherent argument. I think that's why he's, like, contradicting himself across multiple clips. He's just, like, he's not able to have a coherent position because he's not giving himself enough time to let these points settle in his mind. And so it's like, and plus he's having to respond to the chat, and the chat can be highly destructive because he's like, he's trying to make this point, he gets derailed by this thing, it introduces this element of uncertainty into what he's saying, and then it fucks it up, and then he starts having these like weird hypotheticals that he's combating against, like, well, what if they have to like rebalance Final Fantasy 14 to be single player? And it's like, at no point was that brought up, but I'm willing to bet that right before that clip he was probably getting like fucking one guide by somebody in the chat. You're being incredibly generous. I do think that okay. I think that he probably fucked up his interpretation to start with. And then since then, he's been doubling down on it because his ego is so big. But I do think that like the patient zero of how he fucked this all up is that his brain is fucking cooked from streaming all day.
idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not against them existing. We're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer. Just use logic. If we didn't like them in the first place, why would we care if they're being destroyed? He says he gets it, but he doesn't.
Let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is making a live service game and they sell it to you as a product, they say that you are purchasing the game or you are buying the game, when in reality you're actually purchasing or buying a license to that game. I think that we should be fighting about that.
And I think that you should be beaten with hammers. Anybody that trots out the line, well, you agreed to buy a license, I think that you should be beaten with Nerf hammers. We're going to send you to the pits with grums.
Initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state.
Yes!
Which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically.
Okay, I don't know if he's doing this intentionally. I'll be charitable and assume he's not. But this is some serious obfuscation. He's complaining that the initiative isn't focused on another topic he made up. I mean, what is that logic? Hey, the initiative doesn't address how Capcom changed the look of Dante in the Devil May Cry reboot either. That may as well be what he's saying there.
Yes, thank you.
I am not aware of a game on the planet with a license agreement that says you are not buying a license. Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. That sounds pretty clear to me.
And I don't even think that should be legal. Just because you... Again, it's that whole, well, weed's illegal, so therefore it's morally bad. And it's like, just because it's illegal and just because I signed the agreement doesn't mean that it's moral, that it's correct, or that it even, like, has a legal basis.
Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely.
Yes.
This needs regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years, when you paid money, you either got to keep what you paid for, or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends. The vast majority of online-only games do neither of those. The games industry is trying to upend basic commerce. I think you have to go back to feudalism before neither of those things are true.
Well, you see, really, Stop Killing Games should be confronting the base concept of capitalism. I mean, he's part of that Twitch crowd. Who knows? He might think that.
Why even have consumer laws if you have no rights?
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no!
Oh no, how horrible.
He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out.
How much of this is our fault for doing the meme of, well, no, that's how horrible. Like, I'm anti-live service. Ergo, I think that some people that are engaging with the topic who learn it from me might be thinking that that's what the initiative is about. But to be clear, 100%, this initiative is not about stopping live service games from existing. It's just about cementing what your rights are in regards to those live service products. He can't read? No, he can read. It's just that his brain is fucking cooked. Because he can read chat. He can read the random fucking people in his replies that are hating on him. He can read, it's just his brain's cooked.
I admit, guys, this part hurts.
This whole thing hurts.
To see the biggest voice on this issue get it wrong again and again and again, then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience than we can reach. It hurts.
I don't envy Ross because this had to be like, it was frustrating for me. And I'm not as emotionally invested in this as he is. So I can absolutely 100% imagine. I've always wanted to do more for Stop Killing Games. I was hoping that this interview would be like a big opportunity for some questions to be answered, and maybe it served that role. I'd like to think so. But I mean, I do feel vindicated that I was grinding that axe, and guess what? It fucking came around, so.
Doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for. Now, to be fair, it sounded like he was getting a little closer in this video.
Reminder that Thor made a complaint against Game Maker Studio, who changed their license from perpetual to monthly yearly subscriptions, the engine that Heartbound is in, and he won his copy. At the very least, we can say that, like, Game Maker, if that company went out of business, you're not losing access to the tools to make those games. I have seen Thor put a tweet up on screen to his chat, read half of it, ramble about that first half while the second half of the tweet is completely refuting what he's complaining about. That's not surprising. I have, one time I was talking about trains, and I was like, hey, so there's this issue where you can't get from point A to point B because this line has been down for 20 years. And then the second thing is the line has been down for 20 years because of government interference, and the rail companies are like making this big stink about how trains being on the line would slow it down. And really, it's not like Amtrak's fault. It's mainly like the government and private rail entities. They didn't get this far. They didn't get to the second part that explained why the line had been down for 20 years. They were entirely focused on the line was down for 20 years, LOL. Isn't that fucking embarrassing? And it's like, yeah, it is for our government and for the fact that they let rail companies dictate who used the line. And it's like, we're talking about the Gulf Coast Limited, which went down in 2005 with Hurricane Katrina and is only coming back up this year. And it's like, somehow it's always Amtrak's fault, even though, like, legitimately, I don't think Amtrak has ever been really to blame for, like, the issues they have with their service. Charlie in his video said that the entire conversation mentioned in the first line of the tweet was completely pointless and Jason was impossible to normally talk to. Hang on. Do.
We've taken our...
Fuck off,
You know what
Culvers.
this is right here, pal.
Every time I see this guy's set, I always think this poster says EFAP in the background because it's like almost the same font and it throws me off every time. It's very weird. Okay. Where in this video? Not this video, the next one? Okay. I'm sorry, he doesn't title his videos very well. It can make it difficult to know which one you need to watch. P. Diddy verdict is crazy. Yeah, no. Stop Killing Games, Pirate Software situation.
We've taken our...
Fuck off, Culvers.
I have no doubt.
Brave browser? I think Brave is a scam. I use Zen, but I'm not using Zen right now. I'm using like a really old version of Iridium, and that's why uBlock isn't working as well.
That's totally fine. I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it. And when I would mention, like, the behavior aspect, like, hey, you did misrepresent it, and I'd give him a timestamp, he'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere. So
I will admit, it is funny.
Yeah, despite being...
Talking with Pirate Software sounds fucking miserable, dude. Yeah, think about it. Ross is such a pure spirit that reality would rather this guy get fucking clowned on for all eternity for not talking to him than allow Pirate Software and Ross Scott to have a conversation. God bless. They say, listen, sometimes you got people who are cringe who act like God doesn't exist, but I believe in small miracles like that.
Being called too, it's at least the 4th video he did on this.
You want that to stay in a functional playable state, that means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single-player experience now.
That's better, but he's still talking about converting the single player right to the end. He never completely got it. Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. Maybe still doesn't.
Or willfully misrepresents it.
That means the majority of his critique is about things it would not do, like kill all MMOs.
If that passes, enjoy never playing an MMO again for the rest of your life.
Oh no. Again, we were just talking about earlier about how like Dune Awakening would be probably really simple.
And taking away from every other person that plays MMOs.
It really wouldn't. And I've explained why in that video, but the short version is companies would have to stop liking money for that to happen.
All the old MMO boomers are dying anyways. That's why they just don't get catered to as much anymore.
Lots of money.
Because I think, like, I've been wrestling with this because I'm covering World of Warcraft past and present, and I think one of the things is that, like, what ultimately, like, the reason WoW never got a killer was because aspects of it were just, like, kind of shaved off and given as alternative, like, dedicated experiences. And so it was like, if you were into player versus player, there are so many better avenues to explore outside of the MMO market that I'm sure a lot of those old school like arena people just switched over to like a different style of competitive game and never looked back. And that's true of like a lot of the aspects of MMOs, and that's why they've gone downhill as a market. Sorry, tangent.
But his number one criticism is that he thinks the initiative is vague.
Incredibly vague. Too vague. Very vague. Damn vague. It's vague. It's vague. That is vague. Too vague. Vaguely written. Vague. Incredibly vague. Vaguely worded. Vague. 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 This is vague.
This goes on. Well, from Thor's perspective, his logic is pretty sound for this part. But the thing about logic is it's only as good as your assumed truths. And he's said multiple times now that he thinks the initiative is only about single-player games. So since he's expecting the thing he made up, but that's not what the initiative is asking for, he thinks it's vague. Because for him, it is.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games. It is vague.
Yeah, in fact, if we look...
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know how... Actually, you know what? I might not be the perfect person to fight this stuff because this is too cringy for me. I would struggle with responding to this. I would take great pleasure in it, but I would take great pleasure in the catharsis of releasing the video, but every step of making a response to pirate software would be so fundamentally fucking frustrating that I don't know if I could make it through it. Yeah, it is vague if you respond to a straw man.
Look at that long definition again. Let's add a subsection just for Thor. Single-player games with an online DRM check. Those would already fall under this broader category.
Uh-oh, it sounds like that you've caught fucking Heartbound. That's still one of the like crazier revelations of this stream. Hold on. The fact that this game uses achievements to Jesus Beanface. Bean Mouth. The fact that this game... Oh, shit, and then it turned into a Mori. I thought this was an Undertale clone. The fact that this uses Steam achievements as DRM is just so funny. And then, like, it turns out he's getting caught here. He might have a conflict of interest.
So Thor is expecting this. Again, I don't know why.
Commercial single-player games that run locally but require a connection to the publisher for a DRM authentication check. Same as above. Well, okay. I don't know if this is the best visual. I can tell Ross struggles the same way I do with coming up with visuals for commentary videos.
Why? But instead, he's seeing an initiative that covers all of this. That's why he calls it vague 50 times.
Yeah, because his fucking brain is cooked. His brain is cooked, and unfortunately, a bunch of people on Twitch that think he's wholesome Big Chungus have given him an ungodly amount of power and influence, and it took a cataclysmic level fucking spanking from the entire internet for people to unfuck this situation and continue this initiative on the... Just think about like the months of anguish Ross had to put up with like trying to kickstart this initiative again without invoking drama at all. It's just so fucking sad.
The thought that we want what we're asking for and not the thing he made up seems to have never entered his head. The initiative is trying to stop the destruction of games. That's the whole point.
But have you considered, Ross, that this could kill the glider market? I think that if there's the slightest modicum of extra effort that goes into making sure that gliders don't fall out of the sky, it's not worth regulating airplanes.
It covers the types of games most in need of saving. If we only covered this tiny subsection, that would save maybe 1% or less of games that get destroyed. This would do almost nothing. I'm not saying there isn't one, but I literally can't think of a game that meets this criteria.
Heartbound. Single-player games that run locally, Heartbound, but require a connection to the publisher for a DRM authenticate. Yeah, no. Like, ironically, fucking Pirate Software's own game is this edge case. It's not Heartbound, it's Champions of Breakfast. Okay, was I misled? Chat, Was I owned? It's this game. Okay, so it's not Heartbound, but it is still like a game that advertises itself as single player, that I don't see a clarification. Interesting that there's no I mean, if we're hitting up if we're hitting up games for reviews, just remember there's another game. Talk to Ross. Oh, okay, there's a review here about it. This game was written using poorly structured code. I don't give a shit. An example is how it uses Steam achievements as a means to save progress. This is a terrible practice for several reasons. Okay. I think this is a case of two different things. He does poorly structured code, but I don't give a shit because he published the game. He also does the Steam achievement things to save progress. So, I mean, not to get one guide by a random Steam review. Listen, what's the expression? Always assume malice when stupidity could be an answer?
Every game I know of with single-player content that's been destroyed has been designed to run server-side, not locally. Older ones like that.
But have you considered Champions of Breakfast on Steam by Pirate Software?
I tend to have the DRM cracked, which is not an ideal solution, but that does stop.
A bit ironic that Pirate Software dislikes the drama channels, but didn't say shit when they were the ones digging into his allegations and found out that it was a nothing burger. Yeah, no, everybody hates drama unless it bails them out, and then it's based, or if they need to do it. Oh, thank God somebody has the meme. I don't know why it's so fucking crusty, but somebody has the meme. I keep referencing this meme. He posted a short where he was bragging about that feature. It's called Anti-Piracy Achievements.
And if you look at this, we have 160 achievements for it, and all of them are very simple. The way that I did this is quite funny. I tried to find a way so that our game wouldn't get pirated, because it'd be easy to pirate it. We knew that you could break Steam DRM very quickly. This is your save file. When you first start the game up, it actually checks what achievements you have, and it unlocks powers based on your achievements.
Okay. Cringe.
Stop game destruction. And newer ones with the Nouveau or something tend to have it removed by end of life. So I say less than 1%, but this might save 0% of games.
Hey, listen, it would save Champions of Breakfast. I don't even... I mean, okay, listen. The initiative, remember, it's not retroactive, okay? There's no... When you go to sign this, there won't be any retroactive enforcement. So, unfortunately, things that have already been affected can't be litigated. That said, it would be very funny to know the timeline where Pirate Software gets sued by the EU Commission because this fucking cheap-ass indie game had no effective end-of-life plan.
I'm not sure. The initiative is actually not...
Bro's never heard of Achievement Manager. I think the issue is, if it's acting as a save game, that means that you would have to... Because the issue's not, oh, you get the achievements, blah, blah, blah. It's, if you pirate the game, it has to... You would need some way to tell the game that you got the achievements to work as save data. Or that you have already gotten this achievement, and thus you have this amount of save that it needs to load. Like, it is an anti-piracy issue, but it's also kind of cringe because you're basically marrying your game to Steam, when it's like, why do you care that people might pirate this game? Legitimately, why do you care? Why do you give a shit that your game from fucking almost a decade ago? Why? Are you that picky for the $3? You make that much from a single fucking super chat. Yeah, but it doesn't matter that you can spoof achievements with Steam because the achievement's on Steam. If you pirated the game, then it's not running through Steam. You get what's being said here? And then you're going to all this extra effort with Cheat Engine to trigger this flag. Are you really going to do that to play fucking Champions of Breakfast? You go into all that effort, or are you just not going to play it?
Not that vague. Though to be fair, some people did get hung up on this part. A reasonably playable or functional state. True, that is not 100% specific.
I want the plane to be reasonably functional and fly. And we're going to sue you. Like, the regulator is going to sue you if it's not. I don't even think that that's particularly all that vague, because again, this comes down to enforcement processes, and enforcement processes are case by case. Like, this is going on with copyright right now, with the Age 3 lawsuits, which are very funny, by the way. Copyright's on a case by case basis. There's no hard criteria that determines if it's in violation or not. It ultimately comes down to the judge that's handling that case.
There are reasons for that. You know how in law, police can stop a suspect with reasonable suspicion? Or a jury finds someone guilty beyond all reasonable doubt? That's because the number of situations you face are so varied that the law has to inject some common sense somewhere. It's the same with games. A multi-million-dollar MMO is a different animal from a budget arena shooter.
Or breakfast making minigame simulator? I don't know. What the fuck game is this? What kind of game is that?
It won't work making highly specific laws.
No, Ross, you need to account for every single edge case. SteamDB is promoting the Stop Killing Games on their initiative on their homepage. Good. Okay, this is different. Hang on. It seems like he wrote an original response, got cooked for that being too confrontational, and then... Hang on. No, hang on. Before you get cooked, I did not read that Twitter post. This is a different... You have linked me a different post. I don't know if my voice can handle me doing more fucking Theranos CEO fake deep voice. Sup, accursed farms. Hang on. I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since. Now your initiative has failed and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it. Your community is out in force, shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, threats, and snide comments. Since you're so set on cutting up my responses into pieces to try to make it seem unhinged, I'm going to drop my videos here to show the actual context. Jesus, yeah, no, he needed to be fucking cooked in hell forever. There is also a massive pinned FAQ on the first video you can read through to see my reasoning. To quote back to you, if you're going to hate me, at least hate me for what I'm actually saying. The only engagement I've seen that is level-headed has been from Lewis Rossman. His video breaks down what I disliked and tried to meet in the middle with a conversation that made sense. As such, I engaged with him on that video as screenshotted below. Again, chat. This fucking guy finds this cadence as too confrontational.
It's the same with games. A multi-million-dollar MMO is a different animal from a budget arena shooter.
No, Ross, you're too confrontational.
It won't work making highly specific laws.
Meanwhile,
Hey,
we got
everybody,
Lewis
how's it
Rossman
going? Hope
here.
you're having a lovely day. I'm starting to feel a little bit. I don't care if you feel like you're done. I don't care if you feel like I'm done. Like, one of my nonprofits is about to run out of money. I am putting my last of it into one final grant.
Can you tell the difference? Is one more confrontational than the other? Jesus Christ, he is fucking coping. That is today's Lewis Rossman video, to be clear. But all the same. I'm fine talking to people that are level-headed about this and can have a conversation, but to be real, dude, every time you've been involved, your orbiters turn shit toxic instantly, and it sets me off. Your community is fucking rabid, and it's shit to deal with for anybody on the other side of the argument. Yeah, it's almost like it's fucking karmic punishment for being so disingenuous. And of course, Pirate Software told Ross to fuck off in the first place. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? No, I remember. He was extremely confrontational in the original, like, conflict. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? It's because it's been rage bait and shit flinging the entire time. Man, I'm curious, like, to be a fly on the wall in his house and to see how people are fucking responding to him now, because he is getting cooked online for this. Your own Reddit had people openly talking about causing drama in our community to try to stir up more support. I still disagree with your movement for all the reasons I stated. That's unlikely to change at this point, and I'm more than fine with that. Stay frosty. LOL, I'm not coping. Jason complimented Lewis because he's terrified. No, 100%. He should be fucking scared of Lewis Rossman. He should be scared of Ross. The only reason he's not scared of Ross is because he recognizes that Ross is nice, and he considers Ross Scott's niceness as him being a rube that he can take advantage of and farm for content. Like, Ross is mad about it from just the, like, ideological perspective that, like, it's unfortunate that this happened, but it's like, no, you should be pissed about this because this guy fucking farmed you for content and lied about what you were up to just so that he could, like, push his own narrative to fulfill his own narcissistic ego because he got cooked the first time and didn't want to own up for it. I'm aware of the process for an initiative to be turned into legislature much farther down the road after many edits. If people want me to back it, then the technical and monetary hurdles of applying the request need to be included in the conversation. As written, this initiative would put a massive undue burden on developers both in AAA and indie to the extent of killing off live service games. It's entirely too vague on what the problem is and currently opens a conversation that causes more problems instead of fixing the one it wants to. If we want to hit the niche and terrible business practice of incorrectly advertising live service games or always online single-player games, then call that out directly, not just video games as stated in the initiative. Specifically call it the practice we want to shut down. Yeah, it's just more of him not addressing the point. Again, it's crazy. Ross is this is a response to this video, I'm pretty sure. Ross is laying out a 33-minute section on how he's wrong about this, and he's still getting the shit wrong. Lewis Rossman just released a new video criticizing Ross Scott for not being willing to become a professional lobbyist.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day.
Oh no, this people were talking about this earlier. I think it's fair to say you don't want to spend the rest of your life fighting this cause. I think that's more than fair.
That's one half of it. The other half of it is this sentence is an olive branch to publishers. I've heard complaints this isn't specific enough. Okay, but you know what the alternative to this would be? Here, I'll show you. The game must be fully functional and contain 100% of all features as advertised. So as a publisher, which requirement would you rather meet? More importantly, this sentence shows the EU Commission that we're acting in good faith and trying to find a balance. I think some of the people asking for this to be more specific may not realize what they're asking for.
Well, that's why it always seemed like bad faith to me. It's like, no, it can't be more specific. That would be the initiative overstepping and treading on the rights of the publisher. Pirate complimented Louis Rossmann because Pirate is a clout shark. I think Pirate is trying to buy whatever goodwill he can at this point.
I know some won't believe this, but a hell of a lot of thought went into the wording of the initiative. I think it's almost perfect. See, the initiative isn't even a proposed bill, it's a negotiation. Our side says we want games to be functional when publishers and...
He called Ross a greasy used car salesman. I'm going to assume you're talking about Pirate Software. I doubt Louis Rossmann said that Ross is a greasy used car salesman.
Support. So they need end-of-life plans. The industry's position is going to be against whatever we write and claim they need no regulation whatsoever. Then the EU Commission gets to decide who is more in the right here. The Citizens Initiative is the opening offer in these negotiations. Trust me.
Nope, it needs to account for every edge case out of the gate. Because of course Ross Scott is approaching this like he's been made emperor and he's going to dictate how this is all going to work from the get-go.
Industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars will make its position known to the EU. We don't have to make their case for them. So for this negotiation, simple is good. That's why we're straight and to the point for what we want. Then the industry will argue against that. Then the EU Commission might look for compromises. You don't start a negotiation with a bunch of compromises because then it will get so watered down you won't save anything. Oh, and that long definition list?
Has Pirate Software ever worked for anywhere that was unionized? I mean, he might not understand the basis of negotiation because he's never been in a situation where he's had to actually negotiate something. Because I mean, think about his think about this, right? He's the director of strategy at this publishing company, right? Why does that work? The only reason this publishing company works and exists is because it's able to kind of eat the clout that Pirate Software and Ludwig are bringing the initiative. He's not like a on-the-ground publisher, like a you know, kind of overweight 30-year-old balding guy who is trying to make his publishing company work and like scrounging to make deals and what have you. He's got a lot of weight to throw around. I think that Pirate Software might not have ever like engaged in any real negotiation in his life. I'm not even just straight up saying that. I don't think he understands the principles of how a negotiation has worked, because as far as I'm able to tell, he's never been in a situation where he's directly been negotiating, except maybe the game maker thing. And even then, that's just him. I assume he used this platform to raise a stink, and game maker didn't want the smoke. So it seems like he approaches negotiation with the subtlety of a cudgel. And I guess that makes sense given the way that he's approached Ross. Again, Ross has been very civil, very easy to talk to. For both like did a whole interview with the guy, talked to the guy in private. Ross is very easy to work with. It's just that because he approaches every situation with a hammer, he tends to break stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think this theory has weight behind it.
Are actually logical extensions of the simpler language used in the initiative. It's actually kind of slick. Plus, there's a character limit on these things. The EU Commission doesn't want you trying to cover 50 edge cases at this phase.
And I think he said it, but it's not your job. You're not the regulator. You're just saying it needs to be regulated. You know, if you say, Mr. FAA, will you please stop Boeing's airplanes from falling out of the sky? The FAA is not going to respond, can you account for all of the edge cases of these ECUs? Can you lay out a tight regulation of what the tolerances of what these screws are for the panel? It's like, yeah, the FAA has never required that, but they will accept, please stop Boeing airplanes from falling out of the sky as like a civilian side thing.
All right, so Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. But point two, he also did not make it easy for the truth to get out. I had never heard of him prior to all this, but during the campaign, I had dozens of people contacting me, telling me how wise and reasonable he is.
Oh yeah, he's getting into it. The Mr. Rogers era, when everybody would, like, his fans were like, they were toxic, but no, there's a term for it. Toxic positivity. It's those people that are like, I would never, ever, 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 ever watch drama content, and we're all wholesome big chunguses here, and we post heckin' doge, like those fucking people, and it's like, those people have a tendency to end up being like some of the nastiest fucking people behind the scenes.
How he's really pro-consumer and represents developers.
Okay, hang on. Can we talk about this line?
Wise and reasonable he is. How he's
Bro. I think at this point, the only way that I can really address this is, let's see if it pops up here. Hello? OBS? You want to capture? I can't get OBS to recognize it. Oh, Jesus. I'm always worried about this type of thing. Oh, okay. Hang on. Here we are. Okay. I think this is a format pirate software will recognize. So let's, I do not want to... Hang on. I can do this, but I'm not going to show you. Actually, I could have done it with... But no, wait, no, I couldn't have. Okay. So, we got this expression here. I'm just pulling up Paint real quick. We've got this expression here, and I've got a problem with it, okay? So we've got this line here, okay? He's really pro... Oh, no, it's not the select tool. Brush, max size, of course. He's pro-consumer, okay? So, can we get some people here? Right? These are the gamers. They're red because they're based, okay? And then over here, you've got the developers. They're blue because they're Democrats, right? They're urbanist, liberal types, cyclists, and what have you, right? Okay? These are the developers. And these are the consumers, right? And between these two is a giant wall. Okay? It's big, it's green, and it's got this sign on it. Okay? And this is really important, okay? There's a big divide between this, okay? These people work really hard for these little pieces of paper with these yellow squiggles on them. They put all of their time and effort into it. And these people, they work really hard too to make, what colors do we have left? We'll represent it pink for Concord, right? These people are working all day to make a Concord. And then they meet in the middle, right? The pink things go over the line. And the consumers, right, these guys, they decide if they want this or not. And since they made Concord, they reject it. And then these people don't make any money, okay? Do you get my point here? There's a veil here. You can't be pro-consumer and represent developers. That's the point. You can't. It's not possible. It's a mutually exclusive position. And I had to make sure to bust out the paint so that he could recognize that.
He's really pro-consumer and represents developers.
This is an all-time, like, generational, like, the fact if he can actually, like, pull up an example of somebody who's saying this, he can crop out the identifying information of who it was, but I would like to see that this is like a genuine thing that someone said, that he's pro-consumer and he represents the developers, because there's a clear conflict of interest. And I think that's the core of it, because we keep pulling up this image, right? Nobody should be following this guy because he represents the developers. You're a consumer. You're against these guys. These guys want to charge you $200 to play Concord. That's what those people want. That veil, you know what that veil represents? That veil represents why you're not paying $200 to play Concord. It represents market reality. And that veil has to be there. That veil has to be there. It benefits nobody for that veil to go away. Except, of course, the people on the left, the blue people.
I should really talk to him. Great, let's do it. So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Again, all of this because he disparaged the lawmakers. This man burned his entire reputation down because Ross got a jovial statement about lawmakers liking easy wins. He had everything. A real fucking Icarus moment. He flew too close to Jesus and got burned.
That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. That the level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move.
Oh my god. Dude, Ross is a master. I would be so fucking mad compiling this, but it's such a good move because anybody who's watching this video at this point is pissed off. And they've been pissed off at this guy for what, 10 days now? Yeah, this is why. This is why. This is a level of like completely unmerited toxicity and aggressiveness.
That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I dropped the mask entirely.
I didn't know you were wearing it at all. Holy shit. What fucking good person admits that they were like wearing a mask? Hey guys, I'm wearing my nice guy mask, but I'm gonna take it off because this is shit. That's not a thing that like a good person says.
I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Oh my god, how long is this? What I don't get is, how is this so long? Okay, so it's like different, it's clips from different places. I'm just like, why is he bouncing back and forth between editing? Like, can you close your Notepad++ and actually address the thing?
That sounds stupid as shit.
Yeah, no, he decided in the middle of this to stop hiding his power level.
Oh, yeah. I can see why people like him. It's like listening to Mr. Rogers.
Holy fuck! Did 100%. 100%. Hand to chest, hand on Bible, swear on my mom. Did not pre-watch this. I shit you not. I shit you fucking not. The Mr. Rogers thing, I saw that on Reddit. What? Yeah, okay, hang on. I can pull it up. This is the fucking post. Yeah, this is the guy. This is Mr. Wink Wink Nudge Nudge here. He's like the Mr. Rogers of game dev. This is the post I saw. I swear, I didn't pre-watch this. I actually browse this fucking subreddit from time to time, because I use Obsidian MD. Remember when they called Boogie2988 the Mr. Rogers of YouTube? There is no Mr. Rogers of YouTube.
As you can imagine, we've been less than thrilled that Thor here has become the dominant voice of the campaign, especially when he doesn't understand it. Though I did find the used car salesman part amusing, since if people could read my mind, they would understand how much I dread anything resembling sales or marketing, or just trying to push things.
Yeah, no, that's also part of why it's disingenuous. It's so fundamental in a misunderstanding of like who Ross as a character is.
I'm not exaggerating when I said I've hated having to run this campaign.
This is the most uneducated take I have ever seen in games.
Now, as for that one, I do have a bachelor's in criminal justice, which might explain why I'm coming at this from very different angles than he is. You know, focusing on people having rights and checking what consumer law actually says, rather than what's most convenient for publishers. Though I think I know where that comment is coming from because I've gotten it before. Here's what I think is happening. Online-only games have a
Okay, I was hoping that the angle he was going to take was like, yeah, there's clearly a difference because I'm somebody that has this background and he's somebody that has that background, and clearly there's a conflict of interest. I mean, it really needs to, that his pro-consumer and pro-developer thing, that really needs to be highlighted. It's just not possible. I'm sorry, I'm tired of this fucking veil of like, oh, guys, I'm bringing together the two things. No, it's not possible. It's not the only reason that you're bringing together these two things is because you're a fucking huckster who's trying to sell people games, and you're trying to get in and say like, it's no different than when they go up on E3 or whatever the equivalent is, and they make trailers and it's like, we're just like you guys, we're self-aware. And it's like, no, you're not. You're a fucking shark who's pretending. You were wearing a mask. You were wearing a mask the whole time. And now that the mask is off, you're fucking naked and exposed and fucking coping and seething the entire time.
Client and a server, but a lot also have middleware that developers don't have permission to distribute to customers, or depend on microservices they have no control over, and the server software isn't even designed to run on a customer system. You can't just cut out the middleware and remove the microservices because they're integrated too deeply. That would still leave the game bricked and could take months to fix and be a lot of work. So I think some devs think we're saying all they need to do is just release the server binaries at end of life, and yay, everything is solved. And that's why they think we're ignorant. Well, for some games that could work, but not ones like these.
Hate to say it, Pat, but normal people won't care about or understand the conflict of interest. It's true. Because I pointed this out as well with this video. No, that's an ad.
So I was playing Avowed.
And there's this section in this video by Donkey on Avowed where he is comparing the game. So he's like, guys, I'm just randomly, hey, can we just bring up a comparison between Avowed and Star of Providence? Guys, I'm just randomly apropos of nothing, you know? Apropos of nothing, just gonna bring up Star of Providence. I've got no reason to... Star of Providence, Donkey is involved with that. And so just randomly bringing it up apropos of nothing is a conflict of interest.
Plus, that's not what we're saying. First off, we're not even mandating the methodology because, again, doing that could run afoul of copyright law. Second...
Yeah, I've heard that YouTube's back on their thing with working anti-ad blockers, but no, that's not the issue with the stream. The issue is that I keep losing connection to YouTube and it's dropping frames. The VOD will be fine, which is good, because the VOD is what matters. That's what the Euros who can sign Stop Killing Games are going to see. So yes, Americans, you are beta testing this stream for the superior Europeans.
This whole diagram is looking at a game that exists right now and was never designed to have an end-of-life plan. Those might not be salvageable. So what we're saying is let's take a game in the future. No code has been written yet. It's still just a design document.
I'm sorry, but that's an outdated practice. I'm going to need you to... We don't use design documents. We actually use the iterative process now. It's called agile development. I'm sorry, Ross. It's just you're outdated and you're spreading misinformation.
Okay, so we have the client portion as usual. Then we have the server logic. Now we'll bring in our usual middleware and microservice vendors. Nope. Stop. Now the EU says we can't just brick customer purchases like we've been doing if we want to sell our games there. So that means we can't keep making all these same deals the way we have been. Now we need to renegotiate with the vendors to allow for an end-of-life build with their software. Or redesign things to make the microservices easier to sever at end of life. And vendors probably will renegotiate. Otherwise, they'll start losing sales to everyone who wants to sell games and go with vendor B, who will offer EU-compliant solutions.
I think he's getting into the weeds on a hypothetical that I don't even need to be like... I don't think this is adding to it too much, because it's like, yeah, of course, there's a free market. People will adapt to the laws as written. If the law says, Boeing, please stop making planes that fall out of the sky, Boeing will go back to making planes that don't fall out of the sky. But until the regulators step in and actually do their fucking job, Boeing is going to keep cutting corners in ways and then, you know, killing off the people that, I'm sorry, allegedly killing off the people that try to blow the whistle on it.
Because they will be happy to take money away from their competitor, vendor A. Or maybe we need to abandon one of the microservices altogether and come up with an in-house alternative that is compatible with an end-of-life plan. And if the server can't run on consumer hardware, well, maybe now we code it in a way that's more versatile.
I don't think even this point needs to be addressed, because I don't think the necessity of it needs to run on consumer hardware is important. Because obviously you're cutting out... I can already see that, like, if Pirate Software is responding to this, he's going to be like, what, really? You're going to make it so that the law says that the server hardware needs to run on fucking PS5?
And can be compiled to run a stripped-down version with less features for the customer machine at end of life. Or hey, if that's not doable, then we scrap that, but still give customers some form of server software at end of life.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the more reasonable thing. It's just like, you put the server software out there, and then later down the road, it'll probably, you know, computers get better. It'll work on most people's systems.
Because now we've planned for this and informed them it requires specialized hardware, and they're on their own for getting it working. And these are all just...
Yeah, the angle I would take is, hey, Pirate Software, you're a software developer. Why don't you embrace this and then get into the business of selling the solutions to this problem? I'm sure that'll be quite a few years of work, probably a decent amount of money.
Suggestions. The publisher would get to decide how they want to comply. Thor is not a...
No, again, if the all of this stuff, no matter if it hits the thresholds, whether it's the EU initiative, the UK petition, or the crew complaints, it doesn't matter if it hits that threshold. Do it anyways. Just keep adding to that pressure. Just more and more people. Don't be lazy.
Alone and developers trashing what I just said.
I would fucking sign it if it was in America. Unfortunately, SKG has kind of just given up on the United States, which I can't fault them for that. I don't think that the United States is a lost cause so much as I don't think Ross wants to be the guy that's like having to be the activist to like... It's just, there's groundwork that needs to be done, more so than in other places that already have this groundwork done because they have more consumer protections.
I don't know why, but some of the nastiest insults I've received on the entire campaign have been when I try to explain this is what we're asking for. This part in particular triggers some people to no end.
The video made me actually mad. Like real mad. Not like fake memes mad, like actually mad. Like I'm actually mad.
Upsetting people is not our goal, by the way. We actually want this transition to be as easy as possible for publishers and developers.
Interesting. Not what he said. I mean, it could be interesting, but I was distracted. This is old lore. Old lore, chat. How many people in this fucking chat even know what an Acer Thorn is? For the foregoing reasons, the court grants YouTube's motion to dismiss and denies plaintiff's motion to stay. The court dismisses the remaining claims against YouTube and Kretosis with prejudice. Acer Thorn lost. Oh my god, how long has that been in the making? I feel like it was forever ago that he filed that. I mean, I know courts take their time, but geez.
However, we are stubbornly against proposals that won't stop commercial games being destroyed, because that's the whole point. Anyway, you heard Thor's comments for me. In light of that, I think I've been pretty diplomatic.
No, I think that's fair to say. I had no clue it was that bad. And he's saying that there were VODs that were deleted. There was probably more.
I'm just trying to get this initiative passed. If that means I have to get insulted all along the way...
Yeah, didn't they throw rocks at Jesus? It is unfortunate, but you had to know at some point you were going to have to bear that cross. Tell me, why should I die? Why should I die? Can you tell me now that it would not be in vain? Show me just a little of your omnipresent brain. Tell me there's a reason for your wanting me to die. Far too keen on where and how, but not so hot on why. Sorry, all-time musical.
Okay. So with that in mind, I reached out to him, not expecting to change his mind, but to at least clarify things since he got so much wrong. If you're gonna hate us, at least hate us for what we're actually doing, not for things that are made up about us.
I got a message from Ross. There were many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear that you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that. That is correct. I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. I do.
He says that so confidently. Oh yeah, you knocked it out of the park. You understood everything.
In other words, the customer is told explicitly that
Again with the fucking paint.net.
that their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. Most is patently incorrect.
Patently incorrect? Okay, for those who don't know much about live service games, that's like saying the Earth isn't round. He says verifiably false things so confidently. If his viewers don't know any better, how can I blame anyone for believing what he says about the initiative when he talks like that?
No, yeah, that's what's frustrating about it, is that he has so much influence and then this is the way that he wields it.
It's incredible. And he does not wish to discuss this with
Pharisee software? What didn't to do about... Jesus, what it would be. What didn't to do about StopKillingGames? Miracle Wonder Man, healer of fools.
me or anyone else in the initiative. Why not?
Would you consider reaching out and talking to Ross about it? No. And the reason why is because I found his entire statement over the YouTube incredibly disingenuous.
Yes. This issue, which has bothered me since I was a teenager and I've spent 10 years on trying to push back against, is me being disingenuous. Where is this coming from?
His brain is fucking cooked. It's a chicken breast. He's so cooked from... Because, like, Jesus, how old is he? He worked at Blizzard in the 2000s. I was a child. So he's, like, what, 40? And he's, like, he's stimming himself like he's a fucking, like, 12-year-old, right? Because he's got, like... He's got his code in the background. He's playing Minecraft. He's got Microsoft Paint, and that's not even just getting into whatever's on his fucking second monitor, right? Because he's probably got the chat. The chat's probably flying 1,000,000 miles per hour. So then he's probably also got a Discord server where his fucking moderators are messaging him like, "Hey, here's something you need to respond to," or blah blah blah. Like, this man has so many feeds of information hitting him all at once. There's no way that he can, like, critically engage with any of the stuff that he's doing. I don't think someone paid him as a plant. My theory, and I am sticking by this because I've been a big proponent. Like, I stand on conflict of interest, right? But my theory is that his brain is fucking cooked, and he responded to this poorly, and then he didn't want to look stupid in front of his chat. So instead of admitting that he was wrong, even if he realized it, he doubled down. He doubled, triple, quadrupled down. And then his brain is so cooked that he doesn't even know what's going on. So he's like responding to self-invented strawmen.
Well, it comes from a slide I had in my promotional video, the half-joke slide. He hated this, and I think he may have a rather privileged view of politics.
You want to put together legislation because it's the right thing to do.
We did!
Not because you can convince legal representatives to do it no matter what.
It's both! These are not mutually exclusive things!
The idea that we're going to go through this because it's an easy win, but not the right win? No, dude.
Oh, God. So he misunderstood the initiative and misunderstood our intentions. And in his words, this is why he refuses to have a dialogue with the movement. So now I have to address it. Let's keep it basic. He calls me disingenuous, implying I don't believe what I'm pushing for, that this is some sort of con. That's uncharitable to the point of being silly.
I don't think you need to retire at athlete age, but I definitely think that you need to recognize that you're like overstimming yourself to the point that you're not critically engaging with what's going on. If you're keeping up with that many like lines of discourse and what have you.
Besides video evidence going back 10 years, this is not a hard concept to grasp. I hate seeing creative works needlessly
like the guy who did the YouTube wake up controversy when Imp Lemon highly suspects him of being a plant. I disagree. I don't think Imp Lemon highly suspected him of being a plant. That was just one of many potential explanations for what was going on. I think Imp Lemon at some level, I don't know, maybe I need to rewatch that video, but I think at some level he thought what it ultimately ended up being, because there was a follow-up video where we found out that no, he was just kind of a dipshit who got in like over his feet and ended up like fucking over everybody else because he like clinged on to the slightest modicum of attention that he got, and it cooked him ultimately. That is an interesting video though. That's what it is. God, what is this video called? Why did it pull up 50 accounts? YouTube, wake up. Ethan, wake up. Damn, where is this video? Anyways, Imp Lemon has a video about Matt's What It Is and the YouTube wake up thing, and it's a pretty enjoyable video. My only complaint about it is how much time he gives like the alt-right conspiracy theory, the alt-right pipeline conspiracy theory. Like he platforms a guy that patently spreads that conspiracy theory that was debunked like 10 years ago. Not 10 years ago, let's see, I think it was in 2017, so like 8 years ago.
Destroyed when people are trying to save them. And video games are where I see that happen the most. Of course I believe in what I'm advocating for.
No, you're just, Ross, you're just a clout demon. You just want signatures on this so that you can get more views, right? Because I mean, like, look, come on, look at this guy's channel, right? 300K. He's like a micro pico YouTuber compared to me. He's not getting views. Look at this. Video chat, June 2025. Like, what even is this? 11,000 views? Embarrassing. Channel ending number of views. Yeah, you're basically a clout demon that's manipulating people's natural desires. All right, shut up, nerd. Fucking, we're gonna turn you into a servitor. You're gonna run the Crew 2 servers for the rest of your life.
Maybe start from there. I'm a little surprised that didn't sink in.
The idea of getting it to pass with an easy win instead of pass because it's good is a problem to me. Absolute problem.
That's not how politics works. Do you think things pass because they're good ideas? Tell that to people who still have lead in their water. A lot of gamers are jaded with...
There's fucking lead in the vape pens.
Good cause. The industry has been shaking them down every which way. The perception that it's hopeless to protect our rights against
This smacks of smaller creators just clout chasing, yeah. Yeah, smaller creators like, not this video. Smaller creators like PewDiePie. Actually, I don't think he did a video about it. But he did post about it. Smaller channel. 110,000 subs. Embarrassing.
$1 billion conglomerates is often correct. If I told people this would pass just because it's a good idea, I wouldn't believe me.
Yeah.
This slide is a half joke, but it's also some totally cynical reasons that are often true to let people know we have a chance and this isn't utterly hopeless.
No, I'm sorry. No jokes ever, plus you need to handle every edge case.
Do you think I or most people in the movement give a damn why politicians might pass something good? What we care about is that they pass something good. We don't need them to be true believers. We need them to pass good law.
He's doing it because it's easy as a laughably dumb strawman. He's insinuating that Ross's goal is to get some random law passed as long as it's easy. Yeah, no, like, sometimes I wonder what they even think the angle is.
This is as soft as it possibly gets in politics. I think most politicians would find this slide funny. It sounds like he's offended I have a low opinion of the political process. Well, I'm the one in the trenches here. I'm not sure if he's upset at me or just upset at reality. Yeah, I am too. Anyway, he went on to delete my reply to him. Thankfully, someone backed it up, and I figured, okay, he hates this. It was thrust upon him by his viewers. I'll just leave him be. Well, that was a mistake on my part.
Yeah, because you got farmed for drama content, and now Pirate Software is not happy that he's being farmed for drama content. I'm sorry. What goes around comes around. This is a total fucking karmic win. Like, you should support this, not just because this guy's an asshole, but because he deserves it. Because he did it to somebody who didn't deserve it. Fucking Donald Trump tomorrow could be talking about how Pirate Software is a fucking loser for this, and it still wouldn't be enough.
Because then he went on to make more videos about me and the movement, now reaching over 1 million views, still broadcasting the wrong information on us. I guess I'm being petty here, but this is alien thinking to me.
No, it's not being petty. It is understandable that you wouldn't get this. Again, it's disingenuous. He farmed you for content. That's really what it comes down to. Oh man, I probably can't even pull it up, but I think he's released like a bajillion shorts. But like, yeah. This is what he does. This is his main like thrust on YouTube is the shorts game. And you were just like, you were literally victimized by this. Yeah, trust the plan. Didn't Trump unironically post about it, or was that Musk? I would be surprised if Elon Musk posted about it. No. You're missing this. Like, early in the Pride Month, Trump and Elon broke up. It was tragic. I always shipped Tron.
Why would you call someone out, then run away from a conversation with them when they say there's a misunderstanding, but...
Because you would look bad. And because you're a fucking disingenuous loser.
Then go on to make more videos calling them out. Sir...
He was farming you.
That is not gentlemanly behavior. Alright, I know this is going on
Chat's gonna cook me if I respond to that. Like, yeah, of course it's not.
too long, so I'll get to the final point. Thor misunderstood the initiative, misunderstood our intentions, and misinformed a lot of people about both. But the irony is, I think he would have hated it even more if he did understand it.
Oh?
Because first, he doesn't see any of this as a problem.
Okay. But hang on. No, hang on. Hang on. Let me understand the timeline here. June 23rd, 2025, right? I think he hasn't posted anything about StopKillingGames. I suspect because he knows that the comments would be cooked about it, and he desperately wants to control the interaction of his fans to these people, And so, like, if he can minimize the responses to it, I think that's a part of it, which is probably why he hasn't released any videos recently. Although, there's a limited amount you can control that because people are cooking him in the comments anyways. But, again, yeah, I think this video, where he's lamenting the death of a live service game, predates this video.
Stand it. Because first, he doesn't see any of this as a problem.
You meet your maker down, and it's not because I don't love that game, because I do. It's because they've publicly sunset it, which means the game is no longer going to receive any type of updates at all.
I'm slightly skeptical that he doesn't see an issue with this. I will be right back, though. Service and like a good. And there's digital goods within World of Warcraft that are one-time purchases.
There are, but that one, you're talking about like the deepest areas of like the gray zone on this, where like, because, okay, you can make the counter argument that, okay, you paid money for like a horse or something in World of Warcraft, and yes, you lose access to that, but at the same time, we told you when you were going to lose access to that, even though that's from your account. So could it be interpreted as that, okay, this is really just a service upgrade, but you're still paying for the service? Honestly, there is some logic behind that. Again, I don't like any of this, but I'm trying to just approach this realistically, you know, like, well, what would the logic be of the court? And again, that's pea soup thick for trying to figure that part out. We're willing to lose on that aspect of it, because it's so few games that if we could save 99% of others, then I could live with that.
I'll jump ahead in questions because this one's relevant to the topic. Do you believe in the legitimate possibility that every publisher will turn their games into subscription models in the face of regulation?
I highly doubt that, and if they did, I do not think it would last long.
That is one of the craziest counter arguments I've heard to this whole situation.
Yeah, well, I mentioned in my video, we've kind of been here already with the MMOs of the 2000s. Look, there were way more subscription-only games in the mid to late 2000s than there are now, because everybody was trying to get on board the World of Warcraft train, but there was only so much of a market for that, because a lot.
You say cook a lot. Irony poisoned into actually adopting the brain rot terminology. That's been a thing for a long time. I very often pick up lingo and start using it. Somebody was commenting that I was saying the word. I said the word slop in the Oblivion video, but I think it was perfectly justified. 100%. When I say that Oblivion has a Unreal Engine 5 slop for forests, I think that's 100% merited. Those forests are fucking garbage.
Gaming isn't in need of saving.
Bro. How? I know that I am an individual, one among like 8 billion on this planet, and I know that I have like a unique perspective that's informed by like the experiences I've gone through in my life. But surely you weren't looking at what was going on in 2023 and 2024 and saying, damn, the AAA games industry is really in a good place. You said it yourself. Wait. I mean, I think he said it after the fact. There's some part where he said, yeah, okay, I left AAA in 2016 because I fucking hate how the industry is now and prefer indie entirely. I don't like Blizzard, or I would have stayed working there. That's why I quit. That's the entire point. Fuck AAA and what many studios have turned games into.
First, he doesn't see any of this as a problem.
Gaming isn't in need of saving.
I think there's an issue here. The fuck?
No, it's not a form of planned obsolescence. It's called the game no longer being profitable and we turned it off. No games are being destroyed here. These are live service games.
Yeah, you heard him. No games are being destroyed. Does he just say anything? Is that why he's...
It's dead game, and it makes me really sad because I love Meet Your Maker. It's dead game, and it makes me really sad because the game is no longer going to receive any type of updates at all. It's dead game, and it makes me really sad because...
Wow. Sucks to fuck.
He's popular? More to the point, and what I wish he included in his main video, is he supports games being destroyed.
A very strange demand from people in the gaming industry where live service games should live forever, whether in the hands of the developer or otherwise. And I can't get behind that shit. I think live service games getting sunsetted is fine.
Game is no longer going to receive any type of updates at all. It's dead game, and it makes me really sad because...
And I can't get behind that shit. I think live service games getting sunsetted is fine.
I love Meet Your Maker. I think that game is phenomenal. I think it had a huge amount of promise. It was an obsession of mine for a great deal of time. I thought that what they were designing was very compelling and very interesting, and it died. Phenomenal.
It had to happen to me for me to realize that it was a bad thing. But now that I'm getting cooked, I'm just gonna fucking double down because I'm a narcissist and I can't handle that people used to like me and now they don't.
I've always thought that. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I have no problems with the end of a video game.
Because I do. It's because they've publicly sunset it, which means the game is no longer going to receive any type of updates at all. It's dead game, and it makes me really sad because...
See, I wish he started his big YouTube video with that message instead of deleting it. Instead, he presented himself as pro-preservation and not wanting the medium to die out.
It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so that our medium doesn't die out. And it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this.
So he doesn't want games to die out, except he's fine with that. I think there's some cognitive dissonance going on there. And he's against killing single-player games that only have a DRM check, okay? But then says people who buy single-player games with more than a DRM check are stupid, and he doesn't play those.
Because I do. It's because they've publicly sunset it, which means the game is no longer going to receive any type of updates at all. It's dead game, and it makes me really sad because...
Don't buy games that are that are always online single-player games. I refuse to play those because it's stupid.
As I love Meet Your Maker. I think that game is phenomenal. I think it had a huge amount of promise. It was an obsession of mine for a great deal of time. I thought that what they were designing was very compelling and very interesting, and it died. Phenomenal freaking game.
That are always online single-player games. I refuse to play those because it's stupid.
That's some tough talk coming from a fan of Diablo 4.
Okay. To be fair, he was saying always online single-player games that he doesn't like. But I'll let Ross cook here.
Or...
It's actually really freaking good, dude. The game's fantastic. Itemization is great. Systems design is great. Storyline's been fantastic. The characters are good. Voice acting is great.
So is he saying he wouldn't have played Diablo 4's single-player campaign if it didn't have forced multiplayer also? Even though he's praising it and appears to be playing solo? Or is he saying that people that just wanted to play Diablo 4 single-player are stupid? I admit I got lost on his stance there. But what's more clear to me is we're not on the same side.
No, his brain is cooked because, again, he streams too much. That's what these fucking Twitch streamers' problem is they stream too much and it turns their streams to shit. Their streams are low-effort garbage, and then it ends up that you become, like, internally inconsistent because your takes have to be matched across 5 bajillion hours of you saying other contradictory things. So it's very easy to fucking get checked like this because... You're just constantly having to... You're like a fucking seal. He's clapping different takes every week.
Here's a list of some popular games that are all at risk of being destroyed at some time in the future. The Stop Killing Games movement sees any of these being destroyed as a problem, And they're exactly the kinds of games that would start being protected if the initiative passed. Now, a lot of these do have single-player campaigns, but I believe they all require more than a simple DRM check. He says over and over that his problem with the initiative is the wording, and it's vague. But there is no wording he would like that also saves games like these, because he's on the opposite side of this.
I need to rewatch my Helldivers 2 video. I need to remember what I said. I know that... Bro pulling up his own video on stream. I know that I talked about... People said I was vindicated... Oh, Jesus. I need to specify it's about me. I know people said I was vindicated.
2020...
Yeah. Damn. I'm not going to be able to easily find a take from this. Hey, Jeff. Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure I talked, like, this was before Stop Killing Games, but I'm pretty sure I talked along those lines of it having a preservation aspect issue. Don't you have a written script somewhere, Pat? I do, but, it doesn't have, like, timestamps of, like, hey, this is when you said this take, and this is when you had this take.
If he's totally fine with games like these being disabled forever, well, guess what? That's the position of the industry causing this entire problem in the first place. And that's the final point. Thor says he disagrees with how we're going about trying to end game destruction, but he also disagrees with the goal itself.
Rip his throat out. Call him an industry plant. Point out he's a Nepo baby. Fuck his ass.
No, wait.
No, that's what I was doing, was the transcript on YouTube. But I've got no clue what I said, because I haven't seen the video in a long time.
I want to be fair. He's only against 99% of it, minus that tiny provision he made up. So once you understand that, then of course it makes sense that he's against the Stop Killing Games movement. Because we're trying to stop killing games. Now, if you're in Thor's camp and think killing all these games is fine and are as things should be, okay. Then it's just a values clash. And yeah, you'll hate the initiative too. I'm not trying to tell you otherwise.
Right, yeah, okay.
But if you think you might have been misled about what the initiative is, hey, maybe look at it again. Tell others about it. Help undo some of the damage. There is still time. It closes July 31st. Thor lying about what the campaign is about, remember, second definition, has caused more damage to it than anything else I'm aware of.
Oh? Is it broken on my browser, or is it broken? Yeah, I think the website broke. I can't load the website anymore.
Now, I've heard some people say, no, it caused a Streisand effect and led to more coverage. Well, if you look at the signature rate, it suggests the opposite.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. And he's been validated by this. I would show you that it jumped up 500,000 signatures because of this video.
I've also been told a big streamer, like in that group I mentioned earlier, you know, the kind that are so big they could end this, avoided talking about Stop Killing Games because of Thor's take on it.
Oh my god. And I know it's true. I know it's true firsthand because I dealt with this with somebody that I know personally and work with. 100%. I fully buy that one of these people didn't talk about it because of Pirate Software's take. And that sucks. But that's the power that he was given in that situation. I'm imagining a timeline where, like, this doesn't happen. What's the fucking path? What do we do in the situation? And I know it's a hypothetical, so it's not worth worrying about, but what do you do in the hypothetical situation where, like, this doesn't happen? This asshole is still considered the Mr. Rogers of the internet. What does Stop Killing Games do? That's how easy it is to be lied about thoroughly on the internet, and for people to just take it at face value.
Remember, at the time he did this, Pirate Software was a well-respected developer looked up to by the internet community for having good takes on gaming. And I was, and still am, the weirdo with no credentials other than not wanting games destroyed. So with Thor being seen as the...
Has H-Bomber not said anything? No, he made a statement saying he supported it, and then made a joke about how, like, it's bad if it brings back lawbreakers.
smartest guy in the room and firmly against the initiative, I think that led some internet figures to not want to touch this, lest they be seen like a fool in the eyes of Thor. Now, as I understand it, that
I don't even think it matters being seen as a fool by Thor, because I don't think a lot of people give a shit what this guy has to say. They care about his fans. Well, okay, this is not a good example, because this comment section is people cooking him. Let's see, what's a good video to click on? Yeah. This is the person I wanted to hear this from. Asmongold's opinions are one thing. I guess it hadn't happened yet. This guy knows WoW on a different kind of level. Thank you for this. But yeah, people are scared of his fans. They're not scared of Thor. They're scared of his fans. His fans were rabidly toxic. And just not toxic in a way where they were calling people slurs, but toxic in a way where they were absolutely being assholes and spreading disinformation just because their daddy said to.
that risk may have lowered since then, but it doesn't really matter if nobody else talks about it, because he was there to kill the momentum when we needed it the most, and we never got it back. Okay, that's it on him. I did not enjoy having to do that segment, but...
I believe you. You're one of the only people who has said that on YouTube who I believe.
I've had to do a lot of things on this campaign I don't like.
Because if he genuinely was, like, into the drama, he would have brought up... There's so much stuff that he could bring up that I know he could find out. I know he probably knows about it. I guarantee somebody's told him about the fucking Maldavia's fig tree thing. Somebody's told him about the WoW raid wipe. You know, actually, he's commented on the WoW raid wipe before.
Believe it or not, my goal was not to tarnish Thor's reputation. That's incidental. I don't care. He can be hailed as a national hero. Whatever. The goal was to expose the damage done to the campaign to try and fix it. I do think he's someone who would have defended the divine right of kings hundreds of years ago, but I don't wish him ill will. On the contrary, I hope he finds some peace of mind. Now you might...
I hope he unplugs from the internet and gets his fucking life together. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate the website is down on my side, or in general. When it's back up, be sure to check out StopKillingGames.com and sign the petition. Hey, would you like to sign my petition? Well, that was fun. Remember, we're turning fucking pirate software into a servitor so that we can run the Crew 2 servers. Or the Crew 1, sorry. This is the fate of anybody that opposes Stop Killing Games, by the way. You will be turned into a server farm. That was a fun stream. We should do drama more often. This guy so thoroughly pissed people off that I can get away with doing a drama stream. Here's the EU link. Yeah, okay. Here's a link to the EU's website since it's I think it's down. The normal one's down. You want to sign that as well. I liked Pirate Software back when he was doing inspirational, anyone can make games, even U-type shorts. Walked away when he trashed Stop Killing Games the first time around, and gotta say, don't regret it. It is kind of sad that he eventually showed his colors. All right. You would have loved to be in the EFAP Boogie stream. That was a lot of fun. Did they do another one? Because I had heard another one was coming. I was kind of thinking about asking to be on... I think that there was going to be another... This was said publicly. It's not confidential. I think there was supposed to be another EFAP on the new ReactGate stuff, but they might also just be waiting to see how it all shakes out and then covering it. And I don't mean like long-term like lawsuits, because that takes years. I just mean like they're letting everybody get their shit takes out first before they cover it. People signing the petition at 3 a.m. LOL. I mean, that is real gamer hours. Only sign it in the EU or UK. I think you can only sign it. Like, again, I think you have to provide some type of credential to sign it. But it's okay. Chat, hear me out. It's okay that you tell the government your name because the government already knows your name. Okay? Okay? Don't worry about anonymity in this situation. The government already has your social security number. I don't even think, don't reduce it down to a number. Just say, we need every signature we can get. It'd be great if this got 2 million signatures. If this went above and beyond, great. Good. I think skirting in at the last minute could look bad. It's still good that we got like 500,000 signatures in the time we did, but like, no, it'd be as many signatures as we can get. Legitimate, obviously. Legitimate. But yeah, remember, I was laid off by Xbox. I've been shilling for years. I was wrong about Oblivion and Skyrim, and I was willfully wrong. I lied about those games maliciously in order to get people interested